Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to welcome you at our next Thursday gathering. It's unusual Thursday gathering because it's global gathering. So today we will have a chance to meet people from venture cafes all over the world. I have with me Christine. Christine is based in US. Hello.
Hello, Eva. How are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us today for this welcoming.
Yeah,
Because I
I'm
know
happy to
that
be
it's
here.
early in the morning for you, right?
Yeah, it's just about 8 a.m.
Okay. Great. So thank you for joining us. I think it's a great thing to wake up with Venture Cafe.
Yeah, it's a great way to get the day started. We just had an amazing panel. So I feel like I'm starting my day with a lot of inspiration. I don't even need my coffee this morning because I'm feeling so energized and inspired by the panel.
Great. For me it's 3 p.m. So I need my coffee. But yeah, it's great to hear it. Actually, we started even earlier because in our network also is Sydney and Tokyo, and in Poland it was I think 7 a.m. When they started. So for you it's the beginning, and we prepared a lot of interesting things for you. We will start from the panel from the art factor. It will be the tour um, in the museum in US. I will share with you the link on the chat how you can join the session if you want, and also I will share with you description of the session. And I really encourage you to join if you are interested in this kind of session. If you prefer to stay here and talk with people, enjoy the networking. I think that people from around the world will be joining us because we have Tokyo community, Sydney community, US community, and now we started in Warsaw, also Rotterdam and Bilbao will join us, and some locations from US. So it will be really exciting. We prepared a lot of sessions, roundtables, and interesting stuff for you. So we will be informing you in the comments how to join particular session, and also description of the session. I will also share the link to the agenda if you want to check what is in for today. Do you have already planned, Christine? Which session are you going to join?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the art tours. Apparently, at the one of the art hotels that they're doing in this next session starting now, you can book your room by color, by like the emotion of the color. So I'm really interested to find out what that's all about.
Great. So yeah, let's check what is there. Also, later on, we will have some session about different type of rising capital, and about expanding the business from the European market to US and the other way around, by Kaja Kuczynska, and also about building entrepreneurial culture in your company. So I think that it will be really interesting, and the round table about future of tourism. So stay with us, and yeah, and see you later on the session. And now, if you want to join the session that is happening now, just click on the link in a chat that I just shared, and see you there. Thank you, Christine, for being with
Thank
us.
you. Bye.
You should look it up on YouTube because it's hilarious when the guys say it for the Weather Channel. All right, so we'll take a peek over here and then we're going to jump on the elevator. Angela, how are you doing for
You're doing great. You have plenty of time.
Okay. So this is our playroom. In this space, all the public spaces are open, not just to guests, but public guests of St. Louis. So we do an area. So what's really exciting is that we are actually an active gallery and museum that you can come see even if you're not a guest of the hotel. So there's this large piece here. I will, a little side note, personal tour of COVID. During COVID, we were the only museum or gallery that was open for viewing. All the other spaces had to close down, but as we were a hotel, we stayed open through COVID. So all the art in this building was regularly walked through from guests during that time. So very exciting. And we do have a big reception area there, but we're gonna take you down to our grand suite. We have one suite in the hotel. It's 2 bedrooms, very spectacular. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the history of the hotel as we take the elevator out. So in this particular space, we have a quirky piece over here by Linda Horsley. It is hinged to fit right here in this corner at the elevator. Here we go. Hopefully don't lose you in the elevator. So each of our guest floors, one color. We're currently we are the original home of the Radio City Rockettes. Did we lose you in the elevator, Angela?
Yeah, we lost you for just a sec.
Okay, I'll tell you a little bit about the history of the building here. As maybe I'll choose going down the hallway because it's not as pretty right now. So we are in the Missouri Theater. We opened in the 20s. So we're the original home of the Radio City Rockettes from New York, the dancing troupe. They started here in Missouri as the Missouri Rockets in the 20s, and they would dance before vaudeville shows. So it's a very spectacular history for St. Louis. And now I'm going to show you the Fox and the Grand Suite. We're going to go into the master bedroom there to the left. We'll back up and tell you a little bit about the rooms here. So each of our rooms has a set of artists. We do not rotate the art in these rooms. They are commissioned pieces from when we opened in November 2018. So here in the green suites, which I should tell you a little bit about our hotel here, we have green rooms, blue rooms, red rooms, and yellow rooms. We're the first hotel in the world that you can book your room on the emotion of color. Here you can feel the rejuvenation of the green room. It even has a Himalayan sea salt lamp to really clean out those ions for you. So in each green room, we have a large headboard here. This headboard is by Dale Chambers, local artist. We commissioned her, and so her piece is in every single green room that we have. We also have a room within a room. So I don't know if you can hear me here, but the really exciting thing about the rooms within a room is they're commissioned paintings of specific rooms in the hotel. And this particular one is of this room. So he's going to turn and show you. The only contemporary tub in the hotel is in this master bedroom here. And it does have a spectacular view of the arch. So this is the view that you get from your rooftop, which hopefully will end up there. Looks a little far away on the phone, but it's really spectacular. So you have a nice little tap and sweep through this amazing master bathroom here. And we do have 38 extended stay suites in the building. This is the only 2-bedroom, but we have 2 very large suites as well. And then we have standard stay suites. So it has a secondary room. This is an original piece In each of the 3 largest suites, we have original paintings. This is a very large, beautiful piece by Fran Meyer. Let's go this way. Got a little bathroom. So our standard rooms in the hotels are very similar to that master bedroom we were in. They all have about the same size except for the contemporary tub. However, we do have 8 Victorian clawfoot tub suites in the hotel. So if anybody's looking up images online, no doubt you are seeing these tubs. They are the highest booked rooms in our hotel. All right, let's see this way. I'm gonna stand here in the kitchen. So in the grand suite, we have a stove, an ice maker, all of the amenities that come with a really fancy suite moment. We're also going to take you out of here and talk about the building a little bit more. But in each of our rooms, the set of artists does change, but it always exemplifies the feeling and the color of each of the rooms. So that's a really exciting part about the hotel. Let's swing it back through here. Yeah. Take them on to the rooftop, I guess. So as you can see, actually, these hallways are very gray. And the gray is supposed to, cleanse your palate so that when you walk into a room, it has this punchy, pow feeling. I'm gonna have you look at this really quick. Each floor is one color. So the reason we just walked into the green one is because of that big suite. But these nameplates or number plates are all hand painted by Jacob Berkowitz here in St. Louis. There's 146 rooms in this hotel. We hand painted all of these in a dust-free, vacuumed room. I know, it's nice, right? Okay. So I think what we'll do is take you to the rooftop. How are we on? Want to answer any questions, Angela? Or are we good on time?
You have a few more minutes, and then we'll take questions. Feel free to type questions in the chat if anyone has any for now.
Good. Well, we're gonna head to the rooftop bar because everybody always wants to see the rooftop bar. So.
Okay.
St. Louis, you can come visit the hotel.
We lost you again for a minute. Can you repeat that?
No worries, yeah. So all of our artists in the building are from within 200 miles of the exhibited artists. However, we encourage national and international artists to come to the hotel and participate in workshops and a speaker series we have. So we have a creative speaker series where we host other artists to share their journey and their we're taking another elevator. There are 2 the artists that we have here at the hotel really benefit from all of the communal knowledge of all artists throughout the world. So we've had many other speakers come. Did we lose you that time, Angela?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Not the prettiest, but hi Tim, you're on virtual tour for Tokyo. Yeah, cool. We didn't know if we'd have time to show you this part, but you are now on the rooftop of On God Arts Hotel, which has a spectacular view of the arch. We're currently in the Grand Center Arts District, so actually from this view, you can see all the corners of our district. There's over 20 different locations, venues where you can go during art walks. So we have Contemporary Art Museum, we have the Pulitzer, we have Jazz Bistro, which is an internationally renowned space. We have 6 different theaters. And if you, well, we don't want to show them that part, but the Fox and the Powell are 2 world renowned. We have the 2nd best symphony in the world, St. Louis Symphony, and it's right next door to the hotel. And then as you can see from this view, the Fox Theater is our Broadway theater for St. Louis. So we have lots of international and national acts come through there. This is Strauss Park. There's a jazz bistro there, part of our art walk. So that's kind of from the top to bottom there, Angela.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's such an amazing view and an amazing location.
It really is. Even when they're doing construction, it's so spectacular up here. So.
Yeah.
We're just now reopening since COVID, and I can tell you everybody is really excited to get out here.
I'm sure. Well, thank you so much for the tour. We do have a few questions for you.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask some questions in the chat, but please feel free to unmute yourself and ask a question directly if you'd like. First question from Kristen. Do you work with one interior designer or a group of different ones?
That's a really good question, Kristen. I'm going to stand here. We have been developed by the Lawrence Group, and the Lawrence Group is actually national here in St. Louis, based here in St. Louis, but they have offices in New York and Austin. So they bring in their own interior designers for each project. Can you hear us? Because we didn't mute the music in here.
Yeah, I can hear you. So is the curatorial process for the rooms, does that look a lot different than the public art displays?
The process was different because we did have a contracted, we had Art St. Louis, which is a St. Louis-based gallery that brought people in. So those artists are still participating in our biennial submission process as well. And we have really good relationships with them. So it's kind of, since it's the whole community, because the art doesn't really change except that in the biennial process, we accept emerging artists and established artists. So their work is seen together in our public spaces, which is kind of different from a standard gallery. A gallery usually has to have a certain level, either you're at emerging or you're at established, but we welcome all of them. We want everyone within 200 miles to be part of this hotel because it's our community hotel. So you can see like children's art next to someone that, even though he's from St. Louis, may not be living here half the time because he's doing gallery shows or exhibits or something, all over the globe. So
Yeah,
it's a exciting mesh there.
that's amazing and a wonderful resource for the arts community. We have a question from Kyle. He says, I would imagine it would be hard to have a unique commissioned original for each room. For each color type of room, do you guys rotate prints by a set of artists?
So as of yet, we haven't rotated the art. So we opened in November 2018, and those pieces were all commissioned for the rooms. So we have 2 different artists for the headboard and the room within a room for each color. And then we have the eyeball pillows, which I totally didn't even show you, but you did see, I assume, by Paula Hancheski. Those eyeball pillows are in every room. And it does have a female and a male side, so it's kind of like it's a signature piece to our rooms. I think just being an arts hotel, we're always open to the idea of something new and changing things up. So I can't say that we wouldn't change them, but we haven't yet.
Yeah. Michael is asking, how do you protect the original pieces from hotel guests from damaging them or stealing them?
That's a really good question, Michael. And the thing is, they're insured. So we really hope they aren't damaged, but we own them. We already paid the artist outright in the eventuality that they age or have unruly guests. But so far we haven't had any, so.
That's great. Does anyone have any more questions for Vanessa? All right. Well, thank you so much, Vanessa, for joining us. This has been a really amazing experience. I hope we can all come visit you sometime.
I would love that. And if you do, if anybody's coming through St. Louis, please send us an email. I do personal curated tours. I love to talk about the art. And if you're an established or emerging artist that wants to talk about your journey or all of your resources, reach out and maybe we can set something up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right. So next up, we're going to visit the B&A Altar Museum in Tokyo, Japan, and speak with Kigo Julian Fukugazi. Fukugaki, who will give us a tour of this unique art creative space.
Great
So
job.
this hotel, sorry, you guys are still on.
Yeah.
Hello. Got really
All right. So the B&A Hotel in Tokyo features 31 permanent art exhibitions that you can sleep in, created by 15 Japanese artists under the direction of 9 art directors. A percentage of each room booking is direct income for the artist who has created the permanent exhibition. So in effect, by booking a room in this hotel, visitors become a direct patron of the arts. So this system creates continual income and exposure for artists working with patrons to have one-of-a-kind art travel experience. B&A works closely with local creative communities to build hubs for innovation, networking, learning, creating, and exploring, and is open to anyone wanting to join this odyssey. So now I'd like to hand it over to the B&A Alter Museum. Hello.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Angela. I'm Taz, so I'll be talking instead of Keigo. Thank you very much for your tour. That was amazing. And I just wanted to say that I lived in Philly for 5 years for college and grad school, so I'm glad to hear you're connected from Philly.
Awesome. It's a great place.
Yeah. So I'm gonna present. Can you enable share screen for a little bit? I'm gonna talk a little bit about the project for like 2-3 minutes, like maybe 4 minutes. And then I'm going to connect to B&A Alter Museum, which is our hotel in Kyoto. So they'll be connected live, and they'll be showing us around the hotel.
Sounds great. You should be able to share your screen now.
Yes. All right. Could you guys see the screen? Yeah?
Yeah, looks good.
Cool. So B&A, we're Bet Another project. So our concept is stay in an art piece, support an artist. So our whole concept is that every room is created uniquely by a local artist as a piece of art. So instead of creating an interior and then putting the art at the end, we bring the artist at the very beginning of the process. And the architects work with each artist to create the interior for each of the rooms. So everything is bespoke, created for the room. Every room is unique. We don't have. And yeah, we have sound installations, we have light installations, even rooms with water installations, and we're all very community based. And this was our way of promoting the local artist community. And the reason why we got into hotels is that inherently hotels can bring in global audiences. Second is that it facilitates longer stays with art. So instead of going to a gallery and seeing something for 5 minutes, you actually get to spend a night with it and have a more intimate experience with the art. And it's also, as a hotel, it's a very good platform for collaborations with all sorts of creators, not just artists, but food chefs, designers. No, just hotel is a really good place to do all these different creative things. So we started in 2016 in Koenji, which we call the Bushwick of Tokyo, with just 2 rooms and a gallery. We've been expanding ever since. So today we're going to be presenting from Kyoto, so this one. And we have another one coming, not 2020. We're supposed to open this year, but unfortunately because of COVID, it's going to be next year. So yeah, B&A Hotel is a physical platform to connect the local artists community with the traveling creators. So you get to stay in this bespoke piece of art and you get inspired as an exchange. The hotel itself and the travelers become the patrons and empowerers of the local artist community. So the space itself is a great place to display your art to the world. And part of the profit goes to the artists who created the room. So it gives recurring income. And then a lot of the people who come and stay with us are people with great network globally. So it's a way for them to get out of Japan and be invited to places like Sydney, San Francisco, or getting commissions from abroad. And that's been happening a lot since we started. And how we build the hotels is that we work with existing communities within the city. So when we went to Kyoto, we found 8 community leaders in the region. There are university professors, gallerists, fashion designers, creative agencies. These are people who've been working with artists all their lives. And they selected artists, the local artists from their communities that think that would fit this project. So we are a platform for existing communities rather than us curating everything ourselves. So yeah, this was a couple of things that we're working with. In 2021, we're going to be opening a hotel called B&A Wall in Nihonbashi in Tokyo. As the name says, our main thing is the wall. It's going to be this big wall that connects the basement, which is going to be an art factory, and the first floor, which is the bar and cafe. There's going to be a wall that connects the 2 spaces with a lift. So you will be able to just sit and drink your coffee or drink some in the evenings while watching the artist working on this big mural piece. So this is where we're still under construction. This is how it looks like right now. Cool. So enough with the presentation with PowerPoints. And I want to bring in the local team from Kyoto. So I will be talking, and the local team will be showing us around. つっつん聞こえる？聞こえますか？
聞こえます。
どこからどのアカウントですかね？今つながってるのってなんていうアカウントですかね？京都チーム。Let me see. Oh, here. Do you see the account with that's moving? That's the one that says some Japanese word with no iPhone. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that one. Okay. Good. So first room is a room by artist called Ryuichi Ohira. So what you see, these things, when you get closer, so it's a room called Goen no Ma. Goen in Japanese means 5 yens, but also it means connection. So all you see on the walls, these are all 5 yen coins. So 5 yen coins do carry a very unique position in the Japanese culture. So when you go to shrines and whatnot, you throw in 5 yen coins so that you have good connections, new connections. So this is the room that connects different guests throughout the timeline. So when you come, you find a 5 yen coin in your trip, and then you're allowed to stick it on the wall. So that's creating a connection between past guests and future guests.
I love that concept that the guests can participate.
Yeah, so you can see the little thing that's like sticking out on the wall. That's new. That wasn't there when we started. So this was a very painful process of
it looks
sticking.
like it.
Yeah.
They look like
it was about like $4,000 worth of like 5 cents coin, like a penny coin.
Oh wow. And even the installation is so nicely done.
Thank you. So let's go to the next room, maybe. So as you can imagine, this is a crazy. So okay, there's the next room. It's called My Room. It may not be a very video-friendly room. Oh, the room of the hotel is called B&A Altar Museum. That on art. So like a B&B, but instead of breakfast, you get art. So here you have this 2-meter huge art piece that's circulating really quickly with flashlights. So just creating this animation. So you can lie down on the bed and observe this this very retro form of animation, I'd say. And it's by an artist called Akio Mishima. And for a Nanzuke gallery, so it's a gallery with quite renowned artists. But as you may know, flashlights with video doesn't work too well. Okay, let's go to the next room. No, you can turn it off. You don't have to sleep with the flashlights on. Okay, so this is a room based on a kabuki play. A kabuki play that's based that happens within the river that runs right behind this hotel. An artist called Yusuke Nakano. You can see little toys hanging around. He's famous for using toys as a way to express his art. Changing the light, you can see the moon comes up, and a lot of this, I don't know if you can see, a lot of these parts are phosphorescence. So you feel like you're under the river, under the moonlight. So the river is called Takase River, and it's this tiny river that runs in the middle of Kyoto. And there's a no, which is a Japanese, really traditional form of Japanese theater. And one famous one called Toru that happens within the river. The artist based this room on that art piece. Okay, let's go to the next room. So this is another crazy room. This is a room by Tetsuya Umeda. As you can see, half of the room is a puddle. Can you turn the sound on, please? Because it's actually a sound installation. つっつん、音開けますか？木村さんか。音出せますか？ミュート外せます？ Can you unmute, please? I don't know if you...
Let me try to do it.
Yeah. So what is happening? Oh, yeah.
There
When
it is.
Okay, maybe it doesn't work at all. But basically, what's happening is that there's water dripping from that bowl, glass bowl, and it's dripping on this platform, and there's a puddle there. And there's a speaker system that there's a microphone in the water that's sampling the water that drips. So it's a room that you can observe the light and the sound of water, things that you don't usually see. So it's giving focus to things that you don't usually see. Okay, let's go to the next room. Yeah, we got 31 rooms with 16 different artists. So each artist creates 2 rooms. And regarding the question from the last hotel is, we actually had 5 architects working with 16 different artists, since every room is completely different. Okay. This is the mural room by Mon, renowned mural street artist in Japan. So it's a mural piece, but what is happening is that there's an light changing LED that's set up within the room, and it slowly changes color. And when the color changes, it reacts in different ways with the mural, changing the mural as well, which is a little hard to see, but the shape of the room is also created for this specific mural. So here you see how the architect, the carpenters, and the artists and engineers work together to create this one room. And the concept is that you're under belly of a dragon. So you can see these legs coming down, and you're looking up to the belly of this dinosaur. So you know, how it works is like when there's a red light, the green color of the paint turns black, the red color of the paint turns white, and so on. So, okay, next room. So we'll go as many as we can within the time frame.
You have plenty of time. I just have a question real quick for you.
Sure.
So your hotel is a lot different, like, to the NGAD hotel, because I feel like these installations are, like, when you stay in one of these rooms, they're completely immersive.
Exactly. Yeah.
How long do people typically stay in these spaces, and like what kind of clientele do you have?
We were, before COVID, we were about 80-90% Americans, Europeans, Australians, so the West. A lot of them are creative class people, so designers and entrepreneurs, journalists, you know, people who are quite interested in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you go to an art gallery, you spend, you know, an hour with a piece, but this way you're like living with it, so it's a completely different and unique experience.
Exactly. I think this is a new genre in art, I believe, since it's quite rare to interact with a piece of art in such different mental states. The moment you go in, you get the wow factor. You know, you see the art piece, you just like being in an art gallery. But then you spend 10 hours with it. You may go out for dinner, you come back a little tipsy, and you see in a different light. Or when you're like about to fall asleep, or you wake up in the morning, you're still like in between the space between sleep and the dreams and reality. You see the art piece in the morning sun. So you get to see these different sort of faces that artists can have and interact with it in that really intimate way, which I don't think it's been done too much in the history of art. So yeah, it's quite a unique experience, challenge for the artists as well. So trying to think about that timeline and interaction between the guests and the audience and the art piece.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
So this piece, it's called Double Dreams, and basically it represents the dreams of the two people sleeping in these two beds, merging in one. And it's been crafted from 5 to 6 kilometers of this Japanese string by Sato Sugamoto, a Japanese female artist. And some of it is a traditional handmade string called kumihimo that's very traditional to Kyoto. So you can see this, the two beds are placed in a way that it's right below the sculpture, and the dream of these two people will merge into one. Okay, next room. Okay, 1 or 2 more rooms, and I think we'll go into questions. So this is a little bit more traditional Japanese art. It's toban. It's a ceramic tile with traditional painting that's combined with a as well. So there's 2 rooms. This is the black room, and there's another one that's white, and it's the pair, like a yin and yang. It's done by a Kyoto-based Japanese female artist called Shoko that works with ceramic tiles, and ceramic-based pots. Cool. Maybe 1 more room, and we'll go into Q&A.
Sure, that sounds great. I love how incredibly diverse the rooms are.
Yep. It's a room called Continuum by Daito Manabe. He's a really famous digital media artist in Japan. He's one of the creative directors, artists for the Tokyo Olympic 2020 Tokyo Olympics opening, which didn't happen, but he's generally known for very interactive and sort of out there art pieces, but this is a very kind of zen room. So what's happening here is that there is another room in the 3D space that's exactly the same size and shape of this room. And there's a light shining from the middle of that room. And there's a camera that's capturing the shade of it and displaying in the screens. So, and the camera rotates once every 24 hours. So it's basically what you see, but you don't. It's almost like the Plato's the parallel. What was it called? Plato's the cave.
Oh yeah.
The cave analogy, but in a digital form. It's like you're only looking at the shade of what's in the 3D world. And it really slowly moves, too slow for the human sort of senses to capture, but you look back at it after 10 minutes and you see that it's changed slightly. So it's kind of that very subtle media art. Cool. So, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for this tour. I guess we can go ahead and open it up for questions. We have a question from Kyle. I may have missed this. Are all the artists based in or from Kyoto or from all over Japan?
When we create artists, as I presented a little bit in the beginning, we're trying to be a platform for existing communities within the city or within the region. So in terms of Kyoto is not that big of a city for Japan. So we're working with artists and art directors from the region. So Kansai region, which is Kyoto, Osaka, Nara, mostly. But we work with local artists. So the next hotel in Tokyo will be working with Japanese Tokyo artists.
Do you ever open up the hotel for public view, or are all these projects usually private when people book these rooms?
Private. We have tours every now and then, but it's mainly for guests to book it, and you can choose which rooms you want to stay in.
And then you mentioned you had some water installations. What are those?
Oh, that was the room with a dripping that was kind of hard to see.
Oh, right.
So that whole platform is like it's a puddle with water dripping.
Yeah.
It's hard to see that the drips with the camera.
Right. We have another question from Kyle. How much flexibility do you give the artist in deciding what to do with the rooms?
Full flexibility. As long as it doesn't. So basically what we do is that we get them to think as crazy as they can, and that's their sort of proposal. And then we're trying to work with the architects, trying to work with them to make it work as a hotel room, as well as for the fire codes and safety codes and whatnot. But we're trying to make, realize as much of the artist's vision as possible.
Yeah, that's really cool. Do you have a favorite project?
I have a favorite project. So there is one room that we couldn't show today. That's the suite room in this hotel. It's a room by the band Boredoms. The vocal for the band, the Boredoms. It's the band that was touring globally with Nirvana, and is famous for Kurt Cobain saying, "If I wasn't in Nirvana, the only band I would want to ever be is Boredoms." It's a really iconic Japanese band. So he created this one room that's it's impossible to really capture in video. That's why we didn't show it today, but it's a sound installation room that you can go in. It looks like a really normal room, but you can open up the sofa and there's a tunnel that goes under the bed to another room. It's all phosphorescent light with a 40-minute interactive sound installation that captures emotion and turns into sound. And that thing it's mind blowing. It's crazy.
That sounds awesome.
And you have to come to experience it.
I would like to. We have a question from Kerway. She says, how are other traditional hotel amenities and spaces like lobbies, bathrooms, etc., incorporated into the overall concept of the hotel?
So we have really nice, we didn't show it today, but we have really nice showers, bathtubs, and Japanese heated toilets with automatic bidets and whatnot. For this one, this specific hotel, the common space, we have a bar, we have a cafe, and we have this very unique gallery called the Staircase Gallery. So what we did is we took the staircase, which is the fire exit, that's usually at the front of the back of the building. We brought it to the front of the building since we built this building grounds up. And we realized that a fire escape is something you really have to create for fire codes, but it's a place that's rarely used. So if we turn that into an art space, we can actually create a space that has no financial pressure for the arts. So what turned out is called the Staircase Gallery is that it's a 10-story high fire exit that you can go up and down. And there's it's a vertical 31-meter vertical gallery that's next to it that you can explore. So that's the sort of the core public-facing content for this specific hotel. But for the next one, the V&A Wall in Kyoto, in Tokyo, the main thing is going to be the basement art factory. So it's going to be a pretty large, sizable for Japan, atelier place, a workshop place for artists to work on, and also the big mural that I talked about in the beginning. So we try to create this space where we can design this serendipity between the travelers and the local community, so the both of them mix in a more sort of natural way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what kind of feedback do you get from your guests? And does someone's feedback influence if you're going to keep a space the way it is, or do you make changes over time to any art pieces?
As you've seen, is that there's a huge diversity in rooms. So there's obviously people like one room and don't quite like the other room, and so there's a lot of room changes that happens, which is a pain in the ass as a hotel. But that's something that we have to deal with. An art piece that everyone likes is not that interesting either. So
yeah,
so that's the trade-off that we have.
So your guests can kind of see a picture of the room before they book, or are they completely surprised?
So what we did before was that until this year was that you could only select rooms if you booked from our own website, but if you book from OTAs like Booking.com and Expedia, you can't, right? So that would be the perk of booking from our site. But we realized that creates too much trouble because a lot of people complain about not liking this room or liking the other rooms. So from this room on, from this year on, you will be able to select the rooms 100%.
Cool. So Eileen is asking, what's the most popular room in the hotel?
The most popular room in the hotel in this one, I think the sound installation room that I told you guys about. I think that's one of the most popular ones.
And the sound plays 24/7, like it
only plays when you're in there.
Okay, got it.
It's a tunnel that you have to open and you go in.
Yeah. Okay. Lisa has a question. If they stay longer, can they change their room during their stay and experience different rooms?
Yeah, sure. We accommodate for that, and there are guests to do that. Nobody has gone through all 31 rooms, but
that sounds
maybe we'll create a passport to something that you can.
That sounds like a fun thing to do. Experience every different room in the hotel. Great. Well, does anyone else have any more questions for Kaz? All right. Thank you so much for joining us today and for showing us your space. It was really interesting. I definitely want to come and experience this in person. How has COVID affected your business, and are you guys still open right now?
Oh, it's been devastating.
Well, obviously.
As I said, I think 80-90% of our guests were Western people,
Okay.
Americans, Europeans, and Australians who are more sort of cultured in terms of art, more interested in art than Japanese people in general. We've reopened last month, but it's still being quite slow. So
We have one more question. Are you doing specials or anything to incentivize locals to stay?
not as of yet, but we're thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully the travel ban will be lifted soon and we'll all be able to
I really hope so. Yeah.
you. Yeah, I'm definitely, it's definitely a place I want to check out. All right. Well, thanks everyone for joining us for this global artist creative space tour session. I also want to let you guys know that tonight, well, Eastern time, we're doing another set of artist studio tours at Venture Cafe. We have 4 individual artists and we're going to be looking inside of their studios. So we'd love for you to join us for that in a little bit of time. So thanks everyone. Have a great day.
Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych, tych, którzy są bardzo twórczy, z tymi, którzy dysponują wyobraźnią biznesową?
Troszeczkę sztuki, troszeczkę nauki, popularyzacji nauki. To są super niezwykłe, ciekawe rozmowy o przyszłości.
Tło jest nieistotne. Co ważne, tembr głosu jest nieistotny. Ważny jest temat, który jest w danej chwili dyskutowany i wokół tego właśnie wszystko się toczy.
Really great to be here as Microsoft and partnering with Venture Cafe.
Cieszymy się, że jesteśmy partnerem i możemy tutaj wspierać te rozwiązania.
Cieszymy się, że możemy być partnerem Venture Cafe i to jest The Gatheringów Plus.
Bardzo jest to inspirujące z Wami pracować, więc mamy nadzieję jeszcze na kolejne spotkania Venture Cafe.
Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych, tych, którzy są bardzo twórczy, z tymi, którzy dysponują wyobraźnią biznesową?
Troszeczkę sztuki, troszeczkę nauki, popularyzacji nauki. To są super niezwykłe, ciekawe rozmowy o przyszłości.
Tło jest nieistotne. Co ważne, tembr głosu jest nieistotny. Ważny jest temat, który jest w danej chwili dyskutowany i wokół tego właśnie wszystko się toczy.
Really great to be here as Microsoft and partnering with Venture Cafe.
Cieszymy się, że jesteśmy partnerem i możemy tutaj wspierać te rozwiązania.
Cieszymy się, że możemy być partnerem Venture Cafe i to jest The Gatheringów Plus.
Bardzo jest to inspirujące z Wami pracować, więc mamy nadzieję jeszcze na kolejne spotkania Venture Cafe.
Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych, tych, którzy są bardzo twórczy, z tymi, którzy dysponują wyobraźnią biznesową?
Troszeczkę sztuki, troszeczkę nauki, popularyzacji nauki. I to są super niezwykłe, ciekawe rozmowy o przyszłości.
Tło jest nieistotne. Co ważne, tembr głosu jest nieistotny. Ważny jest temat, który jest w danej chwili dyskutowany i wokół tego właśnie wszystko się toczy.
Really great to be here as Microsoft and partnering with Venture Cafe.
Cieszymy się, że jesteśmy partnerem i możemy tutaj wspierać te rozwiązania.
Cieszymy się, że możemy być partnerem Venture Cafe i Thursday Gatheringów Plus.
Bardzo jest to inspirujące z Wami pracować, więc mamy nadzieję jeszcze na kolejne spotkania Venture Cafe.
Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych, tych, którzy są bardzo twórczy, z tymi, którzy dysponują wyobraźnią biznesową?
Troszeczkę sztuki, troszeczkę nauki, popularyzacji nauki. I to są super niezwykłe, ciekawe rozmowy o przyszłości.
Tło jest nieistotne. Co ważne, tembr głosu jest nieistotny. Ważny jest temat, który jest w danej chwili dyskutowany i wokół tego właśnie wszystko się toczy.
Really great to be here as Microsoft and partnering with Venture Cafe.
Cieszymy się, że jesteśmy partnerem i możemy tutaj wspierać te rozwiązania.
Cieszymy się, że możemy być partnerem Venture Cafe i Thursday Gatheringów Plus.
Bardzo jest to inspirujące z Wami pracować, więc mamy nadzieję jeszcze na kolejne spotkania Venture Cafe.
Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych, tych, którzy są bardzo twórczy, z tymi, którzy dysponują wyobraźnią biznesową?
Troszeczkę sztuki, troszeczkę nauki, popularyzacji nauki. I to są super niezwykłe, ciekawe rozmowy o przyszłości.
Tło jest nieistotne. Co ważne, tembr głosu jest nieistotny. Ważny jest temat, który jest w danej chwili dyskutowany i wokół tego właśnie wszystko się toczy.
Really great to be here as Microsoft and partnering with Venture Cafe.
Cieszymy się, że jesteśmy partnerem i możemy tutaj wspierać te rozwiązania.
Cieszymy się, że możemy być partnerem.
Hello, everyone. It's time for another very interesting workshop. Hello, Kuba. Kuba is our guest today, and Kuba will tell us about developing the innovative culture inside the companies. Kuba represents Creative Labs. So like he's really experienced in creating innovative culture within the companies, and to combine creativity with a business. Kuba, can you introduce yourself briefly, and could you tell us what you are going to talk about? And I'm leaving the stage for you. And thanks everyone for joining us. And Kuba, stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kuba Kruszelnicki. I'm a Chief Innovation Officer and co-founder of Creative Labs, company founded as a spin-off of AdMind, branding and communication marketing company from Poland, the biggest branding agency in Poland at the moment. So this Creative Labs initiative has been designed as an entrepreneurial movement within the company in the first place. Then after fruitful implementation, we decided that this is something to be offered also outside of the company. So we decided to launch a spin-off Creative Labs and offer our service as a start box in a more as an external consulting to big companies as well. So not only stimulating the innovation from inside out in AdMind, but also trying to share this experience with others in Poland, but also in Europe. I'm Kuba. I work in innovation since 15 years, more or less already. I started my innovation adventure in Barcelona, where I stayed for 7 years working in Technology Center and Technology Transfer Foundation. Then I was involved at Krakow University of Technology as a head of Technology Transfer Office. So my innovation background is very much research and development driven, but in this case I'm representing the program that is let's say showing the reverse more lean approach towards the product development. So first we want to validate the idea on the market, and then try to spend money on developing prototypes and iterating them. It's more about the interaction with the end users than about the product technical aspect. So yeah, this is a very good adventure for me. It's also looking at the innovation from other point of view. And today I would like to share with you the Can you hear? Can you see my screen? I hope that you can. And this is my presentation. So I will tell you a little bit about developing the entrepreneurial culture on the basis of Adobe Kickbox methodology. So first of all, right now in Poland, we have a very big, also a very huge fashion on corporate venturing, on let's say, connecting the environments of startups and environments of corporates and working together in testing or demonstrating or scaling up certain solutions. But here we would like to enrich this ecosystem with some other side of a movement of creating an ecosystem that would be similar to a startup ecosystem, but within the company, where the employees could act as startuppers, and the employers could be treated as a investor. So in this sense, we are simulating a process within the companies where you could try to learn how to work lean, how to approach the ideas, and how to pitch them internally in order to make them happen. This is another brick for the corporate innovation ecosystem for all the portfolio. We know that there is a standard activities like continuous improvement, which is more about training, about research development, where we have a special unit for researching, open innovation scheme, where we collaborate with technological center, universities. We try to, let's say, be aware of what is going on in innovation in our sector by being as open as possible. corporate venturing, which I mentioned, incubators and accelerators that work with those ideas. But last but not least, there is an intrapreneurship component. The intrapreneur is an employee who takes the direct responsibility for turning an idea into a new product or service. And this person brings entrepreneurial thinking and skills to build a career path within the structure of an existing organization. In this sense, intrapreneur is an innovator that looks for non-standard use of its skills in order to suggest certain ideas in a format of business development within the organization. It doesn't have to risk it all to work with the ideas. They should just be aligned with the organization and aligned by a certain process. In this sense, the organization also can give a little bit more attention towards the internal potential, innovation potential that is still locked within the standard structure, locked within the standard procedures and competences that are used by the company. In this sense, as you can see, up to 82% of employees agree that they have ideas to make their company work better, to make their everyday responsibilities more effective. And we strongly believe that this is a way of trying to unlock it. This is the future. So basically what we have discovered by experimenting with different dynamics like ideas context, like hackathons, like different dynamics to co-create certain business ideas with the employees. And we discovered that Adobe had a really nice solution that has been kicked off in 2015 by Mark Randall. And it's basically a Kickbox program. Kickbox program which tries to simulate this lean approach, this startup approach within the corporate structures. So following the Mark Randall idea, we believe in Creative Lab so that when you trust people, they will meet your expectations and they will own their idea. They will decide how to use resources and find a way to go further. This is basically the quote that reflects the main framework of our program, of the Kickbox program, which is a pro-innovative program accessible for all members of the organization, is focused on the ideas and how they are owned by the employees. So at the same time, we explore the ideas potential, but we try to make it gamified in this way that employees could use this framework to learn how to proceed with the idea, how to start with the ideation process, how to define your buyer personas, how to serve the value proposition to those buyer personas, how to put an adequate business model to this. And all those tasks are oriented to validate this idea in the cheapest, most digitalized, and most scalable way. For this kind of activities, we believe that real resources should be available from for supporting such ideas. So the mother company, the corporation that launches this program, is also showing the available resources within the company. It may be cash, it may be vouchers for hours of certain experts within the company, it may be kind of a mentoring support, but overall it's to show that if you will become an entrepreneur as your job within our organization, you may use the resources and the potential of our company as the environment to work on the idea, to make this idea bloom. And for that, we have verified case studies that are showing that this Adobe Adobe methodology is fruitfully implemented in more than this company. It's a very good approach to be introduced also in the banking sector, also in telecommunication sector. It finds very effective ways of adapting into bigger organizations. And as a Creative Labs, we were looking for good case studies of entrepreneurship based on this methodology, and we have chosen 3 different examples. One is Abanca Innova. This is a program launched in Abanca, the agriculture bank in Spain. This has been introduced as a program introduced by external consultants, and it was a very Adobe process. So they didn't really change it and adapt it to the organization. They use it as it was designed in Adobe. Then the second case is a Rabobank, which was a similar case from Netherlands, but the internal innovation team has built this program on the basis of their resources, and also it's not only directed to the employees, it's also wider open for also startups from the outside, but this is a very Rabobank environment that should be stimulated. And then Swisscom, which is the third interesting example where this program has become very effective inside of the company, and slowly it became also an entrepreneurship process as itself. So this program became a spin-off of Swisscom and is offered also to other Swiss corporations to adopt the same process. So we have 3 very different activities. We could start with Abanca Innova. This is a Spanish banking corporation implementing really ready-to-use Adobe Kickbox approach, using the support of external innovation experts, knowledge investors, and knowledge innovation market companies from Spain. And we have interviewed Carlos Alvarez Iglesias, who is a founder and CEO of Knowledge Investors. And basically, they started to incorporate this program. They started with launching this program with 200 applications. So there was a lot of noise around this program. It was a lot of HR innovation departments collaboration in order to launch an effective campaign, to bring proactive employers on board, and to filter the most attractive ideas. So out of 200 applications during the recruiting phase, which is a very widely open funnel, Abanca have chosen 25 that got to the box phase after a brief ideation workshops and a little bit of interaction with a wider group. They have chosen 25 ideas with the idea to fund 2 ideas per edition. And in this sense, 25 ideas enter the box phase, which is lasting 8 weeks and is passing through 6 stages. Each box included coaching and mentoring, but also 500 euros per idea. This was embedded in a prepaid card that can be used for any kind of activities of market validation. It can be for a mock-up development, for a landing page. It can be a few euros or 50 euros for, I don't know, Instagram or Facebook campaign, in order to attract the attention and simulate the interaction with end users and get as much market input as possible to this solution. 5 ideas came from the local university graduates, so external input was also mixing a little bit the people from outside of the company and those that are working every day in Abanca. And it's not only about here, it was not only about launching spin-offs and creating products out of this program, but also creating innovation movement, sustainable innovation movement that would identify innovators within the company. So one of the outcomes of this process was also that some of the entrepreneurs that have been participating in this program joined the innovation department in Abanca Innova. which means that this is another outcome of the project, not only of this program, not only spin-off creation, but also identifying innovative profiles within the company. Then the Rabobank have with their Innovate program, represented by Sjord Peters, the innovation manager and the owner of Moonshot campaign at Rabobank, was showing a little bit different perspective. It is a program that unlocks this entrepreneurial willingness to dive into unknown. So basically jump out of your comfort zone and try to juggle with ideas that are out of your regular scope of work in Rabobank. This was an international bank, so it was involving several locations in different offices, not only in the headquarters in Amsterdam. It was designed jointly with external consultants, but implemented internally from the very first edition. So the, let's say, external consulting collaboration was only to design the program and to make it run. But the owners of this program is internal innovation department in the Rabobank. They have included the training modules that were called Black Box. So basically it was a little bit of showing the typical lean tools and how to use them, how to use business model Canva, how to design a buyer persona, very basic kind of exercises. And then for those who were suggesting ideas, it was boosted by Innovate Black Box. So it was already working on a real idea, validating it with a real market feedback. And then after this, let's say, pre-incubation phase of the idea, those ideas which met the real feedback from the market, they could enter the Moonshot acceleration program within the corporation. So in the sense, the box approach was also filtering before typical accelerating activities within the company. It's open for any innovative idea from inside or outside of the company. In this sense, Rabobank started in the very first editions of Innovation in the Box with only their employees, but now they are recruiting also ideas from outside world, also from the local startups, also from the startups that have suggested in the interesting solution to their company, to the Rabobank. The goal is that the best 20 ideas land in the accelerator and try to get to the market. So again, the funnel is longer here. It's more complex, and also entrepreneurs' ideas can also get to the MVP lab at the Rabobank and get a funding for prototyping the activity. So it's more spread. It's not only, let's say, ideation, market validation, and acceleration straight line, but it's also open with additional MVP opportunities or R&D opportunities around this, using 3D printing facilities and other facilities that would allow employees to experiment with the idea. Then it's an also interesting solution from the corporate organization point of view, because the winners pass to new payroll of a specific business line that hosts incubation and long-term challenges to scale up the new product or service. So it's like a kind of buying out the employee from his regular job and making him more strategic employee for a new business unit where he would become a business owner or a product owner. In this sense, it's a nice solution for smooth transition as a consequence of this entrepreneurship program in Rabobank. Then the third example that I would like to show you today, it's an example of Swisscom. Swisscom started with a direct duplication of the Kickbox approach from Adobe, but they started to develop a wider approach. They started to create their own methodology. They improved it very much, and they also added an IT platform for that. So in this sense, Kickbox Swisscom have evolved in a internal independent unit that was implemented the program internally via innovation department, and then after it evolved to a spin-off that started to offer this approach to other companies, aiming to spin off as innovation as a service startup. It had started in 2015 as a 5 ideas pilot, just after the Adobe Good Practice presentation in San Francisco. So it was a very immediate take-up of this methodology, and then it has expanded after this 5 ideas pilot to 50 ideas implementation. So each edition was up to 50 ideas. Verifying up to 50 ideas, and now it counts over 500 graduates of Kickbox Entrepreneurship Program within the company. This is very important because this shows also an effect of cultural transformation of those employees, not only the individual ideas that have been gathered. As you can see, out of 500 graduates, only 120 ideas have been funded, and 15 products are currently under the development. So as you can see, around 20-25% of the graduates really finish with a validated product, which is aiming to go to try aiming the product to the market. So they started to run pilots with right now with 5 other corporate early adopters and creating 5 running products with them also. Since 2019, Swisscom started to suit any external client. Now they can say that 70 clients are using the Kickbox Entrepreneurship approach program. We are following them closely because we are trying to replicate this on Polish market. They call themselves David Hengartner, the co-founder of this initiative in Swisscom, says that we are enablers, but more the independent approach of entrepreneurs, the better. We never overcoach, we intervene only when it's needed. This is a very important thing to emphasize also, because this BOK approach is heavily gamified, and it's aiming to individual work in practice of each innovator. So it can be also called kind of a mini lean MBA that creates innovators, not only innovations. So the success stories that emerged from the structured entrepreneurship program at Abanca, Rabobank, and Swisscom, we can talk about different products. In Abanca, the winner was the travel insurance service that was introduced in Abanca products portfolio. So it was an innovation fully internal. It was suggesting to expand the product portfolio of the company. Then the second approach would be the good practices of Rabobank. They are showing 3 spin-offs here. Movement, which is an app that monitors cattle. Pix, that is an investing bot assistant for smartphones. And SurePay, that is a service which secures payments via digital means. So those Rabobank is showing a philosophy a little bit more from inside out. So those products are independent products that have been introduced to the market via spin-off process, and they are emerging directly from this entrepreneurship in a box program. Then Swisscom is a mixed approach. We could find different services, additional services like a fully automated video production system for popular sport, A-Sport, or drone recognition and defense service, which are internal products that are scale up internally within the portfolio of Swisscom, but also they allow their employees to become more and more independent, like creating their own spin-off. This is the case of ThinkDust, which is a plug-and-play workspace analytics solution, and Now.art, which is a platform to buy, sell, and display digital artworks. All those cases are showing that the range of different outcomes of this entrepreneurship program is pretty wide. You can innovate within your department, within your everyday environment. You can come up with an idea which is a little bit outside of the sector that the mother company is acting, but you can also become a product owner within the company, expanding this portfolio. So those are the good practices that we could find, but what connects all of those cases is a common approach. We could first dive into motivations on why we are doing this kind of program, why we should incorporate those. And from one side is a response to current threats that are visible in the sector. So the radical changes in overall sector and the possible threats to the company and its business model. Here we could come back to Stuart Peters that said that clients do not need banks anymore, they need banking solutions. So for Rabobank, the challenge was to focus more on their solutions, not really their traditional bank structure that is working pretty well, but the startups are kind of disrupting this market right now. So the other threat is exactly the constant disruption of the traditional services by technological trends and startup community. If we look at Rabobank, we could say that one of the inspirations of or motivations of introducing this innovation in a box program was Revolut, for example, which is a banking solution that is being disruptive in this banking sector. And what are the aims of this activities? From one hand, it's to strengthen the personal development path of the employees, and at the same time source new business ideas from within the company. Then it's creating interdisciplinary teams, enabling cross-pollination of organization as a whole. It's breaking the silos structure, is more like an HR aim to try to find non-obvious connections in the company and make them work for the benefit of the organization, and also expanding the open innovation portfolio and innovation funnel. Not only, as I mentioned, to look for a startup outside of the company, not only look for interesting research departments in local universities, but also deep dive into our internal capacities, our internal innovation potential, and engage the employees in a non-standard way. But this is only the top of the iceberg. It's an initial approach, but it's all aiming to create a cultural, to start a cultural transformation of the company, try to introduce value-driven approach into the company's DNA. So from one hand, we are expecting a change from the innovation department point of view. The innovation department is looking for opportunities to expand the innovation funnel, explore more ideas in a shorter time, in a more economic way. It's also an objective to scout for innovators within the companies, try to find allies within different departments, maybe even grow those innovators, grow into the innovation department via this program, and expand innovation team. Then spread the lean culture, where it starts to be normal in the company that you should validate the market potential before you start working on certain solutions. You have to really think in canvas way, think in a value proposition way, structure very fast the experiments that should give you an input data input about your assumptions around the product. And then also, last but not least, enabling multidisciplinary teams to work together and discovering those not obvious solutions within the company. Then human resources. This is a department that has a little bit different vision of this program and takes advantage of Innovation Box program, entrepreneurship program from different angle. So for human resources, this kind of activity is helping in retention of employees within the company, is at the same time evaluating unexplored skills of the people that work within the corporation. It's not only the skills that have been explored for the purpose of this work placement, but it's more like universal skills or fascinations of the employees that can be unlocked here, unlocking new staff profiles, not only predetermined profiles, but also enabling employees to create their own work environment and boost their own capacities within this creation profile. This process is enabling the tailor-made career paths that can open new perspectives within the company, that can create new areas within the company. And all this is made via self-education of employees. So it's not a typical coaching training program where you get the training materials, you try to theoretically get to know the approach, but it's more checking if you can really implement this the skills that you are learning right now. And all this is creating a competitive employer branding. For example, in Swisscom, once they have decided that the entrepreneurship process is here to stay, they added into the work into the recruiting advice, recruiting publications, they have added the sentence, "You may influence the creation of the company, the values that the company is aligning to. So you are the active ingredient of our company. You are not the automatized profile that is doing again and again the same tasks." So this is the vision of human resources, and there is another vision of business unit, which are looking at the outcomes of the program and looking at the process from as a bottom-up impulses from the employees that detect an approach of new business opportunities. They can scan them fast. They can, within the scope of analyzing areas of each business line, drawing the strategic hunting zone, showing it in a format of, for example, table of strategic innovation elements, where you show the employees that we are looking at our future from those technologies perspective, from those sectors perspective, from those business models perspective. Please suggest us the ideas that are within this strategic hunting zone. And the winners pass to a new payroll of specific business line that would host its incubation. So in this sense, business units are also looking for proactive allies that could be absorbed by them, that could work on another new value propositions towards their clients, and work together to implement some new solutions. So all this program is transforming the employees. It's a way to reinvent yourself as an employee by walking the restlessness in creating something new. This is a reflection of this program made by Carlos Alvarez Iglesias that was working with Abanca on their implementation of the program. And the values that are basically embedded within this program is detaching from HIPPO perspective, which is the highest paid person in organization opinion, and stick to data-driven validation. This is the main difference between an idea contest or elevator pitch contest, which is only basing on, I think that this is something interesting. It's not the box approach. We have to validate it on the market and we have to prove it with data. Always when you have a new idea, try to check it with end users and go back to us with the preliminary results. This is also introducing a new practice-oriented sales education dynamics. So we are giving you time and resources and a framework to try to experiment with this new knowledge, but you are not only acquiring it theoretically as a training modules, you are really working on your own idea during 8 weeks, 10-20% of your time, or even more. If you are really an entrepreneurial spirit, you can make more exercises at home. You can extend this acceleration program even more than only 1 day a week in your company, for example. Then it's showing the company open for new ideas, flexible to validate them, flexible for let's say also the disruptions coming from outside, but also open to new responses emerging from employees. Then it's starting the constant communication about the idea and the constant validation. It's not a closed process. It's a process that once you learn how to approach new ideas, every new emerging idea in your head as an employee can pass through this to this entrepreneurship framework and can generate the data that is needed to ask for investment internally within the company. Then another value is showing the goal-oriented mentality, disrupting the corporate frameworks and rules. In this sense, we are not really promoting people because they are sitting 3 years in the same desk, they should go higher in the structure. It's more goal and results oriented culture, which can show that you can invent your career also. It's not only aligning to existing opportunities within the company. So last but not least, this transformation is aiming for different values. And then we are not really thinking about only individual ideas and their funnel of innovation, but it's let's first focus on the introduction of innovation culture and create a movement, a dynamic that generates talents from one edition to another. Only after a few years we can become picky about the ideas. So this is a very interesting vision also made by Carlos Alvarez. This is a process that opens different way of thinking within the company, different value orientation within the company, and it's basically fostering via entrepreneurship is stimulating a real market reality and unlocking innovators' potential by showing trust from the company towards the employer, flexibility, opportunities to partner with your employer, not only employer-employee relationship, but also partner in a new entrepreneurial challenge, openness, and showing that independence at work is something to be cherished as well. Then from the other hand, the impact on values on company activities. This kind of program is creating inclusive, innovation-driven culture in the company by openness to creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship as main values that are looked in the company and that are promoted within the company. Self-determination is another quality that is being emphasized by this program, and also multidisciplinarity as a new way of looking at the company. Breaking the silos structure, finding different connections than the usual one, and trying to use co-creation approach to make those connections work in an effective way. Also, it's very important to show that the company starts to be open more and more on novelty. It's not a let's say, allergic reaction to new things that are suggested by the employees, but it's also like showing that we are looking a little bit more ahead. This is the basic process and the basic transformations that it may cause. We are studying a lot of those entrepreneurial activities around Europe, but also in the States. We can see that also Cisco, 3M, Deutsche Bahn, Bosch, and other very interesting companies are using this approach. And that's why we try to adapt this approach to Polish market. We don't really see too much entrepreneurial activity within Polish companies or Polish even corporate branches. So we would like to introduce this idea of innovation in a box for the Polish market using Startbox approach. This is our methodology, which is basically an entrepreneurship management framework with a physical toolbox that is given to potential entrepreneurs, potential innovators, and we are trying to unlock those ideas potential by workshops, by mentoring, by showing also it within the company via pitch day. So we are looking for companies that would like to start an adventure of entrepreneurship in this framework and try to replicate those success stories that are emerging from Switzerland, from Holland, from Spain, and from States to a Polish ground. But we are not really closed on Polish market. We just want to be the ones that unlock this new trend here in Poland. So this is my presentation. I hope that it was interesting. I hope that you could see it in a good way. And now, if you have any questions, I would be delighted to answer them. Hello. Could you hear me? Could you at least give me some feedback after those 40 minutes? If you would like to catch up with those ideas, we can follow on a more individual dynamics in groups. Eva, was it technically okay? Because I was focused more on my presentation, so I didn't really notice if it was everything okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Kuba, for these presentations. If you have any question, you can ask on chat or on Q&A session here. So please let us know if you have any questions. Yeah, everything was great from this technical side. So yeah, so I saw that everyone could hear you and see you because participants let us know in the comments. So also, if somebody would like to ask the question, you can raise your hand. Here on the bottom, you can see the icon where you can raise your hand, and I will also invite you to the stage, and you can ask it directly to Kuba. Okay, I can't see any hands. Okay, I can see some comments. Emmanuel, thank you, Kuba. It was a great presentation. Emmanuel, do you want to ask any question?
Okay, I think that this is not the last opportunity that.
Yeah, Kuba, if you can leave your email in the chat and maybe after if somebody will be interested in the conversation or. Okay,
yes, of
great.
course, and also those of you who are in Warsaw, you could see the start box in Venture Cafe, I think. So there is also a tangible toolkit that you could touch, open, read in a paper version. So if you are curious, it's not only in Krakow, you could ask Eva and you could see it in Warsaw as well.
Yeah. Obviously. So yes, thank you, Kuba. I can see. Thanks for the talk. Cheers from Łódź. Thank you, Adam. Cheers from Warsaw and cheers from Krakow, because Kuba is in Krakow right now. So this is the great part of this virtual events that we can connect all over the world, all over the Poland. So there are some pros and cons for that.
Yes, actually, we are situated in Krakow. Our headquarters is in Krakow, but right now I'm in Berlin. So another surprise, digital surprise. Yeah, you can be in different places at the same time.
Okay, great. So you have your office in Berlin too, or you just traveling there?
Yeah, I live in Berlin. I live in Berlin and I travel to Krakow because our office is in Krakow and our core team is in Krakow, but my normal everyday office place is in Berlin.
Okay, great. And can you see a lot of differences between Berlin and Krakow?
Well, it's a very different environment because we have to say that after the Brexit, Berlin is the biggest city in Europe. So this is not only the very interesting hub for startups, also a headquarter of such a good success stories as Zalando, but also a place where European values and interests are being shaped, and the European Commission is also funding here a lot of very interesting initiatives like European Institute of Technology and others. So yeah, Berlin is a little bit different league. I would maybe compare it more to Warsaw than to Krakow. Krakow is a hub which is local, which is familiar, which is thinking globally as well, but the critical mass of the citizens is very different here in Berlin. So I try to connect those two perspectives, and I think it's our strength at Creative Labs that we can really inspire ourselves in hotspots and then try to implement the interesting trends and solutions on local level.
Yeah, I love Berlin for art and culture because it's really great from this perspective, and also Krakow is similar. I lived in Wrocław, Krakow, and Warsaw, and those three Polish cities are great, but every of them is really different. So. Yeah, you are right. This is and also Berlin is not a Germany, so
yeah, it's kind of a bubble. It's a place where you can experiment a little bit more, and you can learn this German perspective in a non-destructive way. So it's a very good for a smooth transition to collaborate with Germans that understand also different ways of thinking and learning the Germanness in a lighter way than usual.
Yeah, right. It's a really interesting topic. I think that it's a topic for another fireside chat with you about this German culture, Polish culture, and some differences in business in Berlin, Krakow, in the creative industry, and and in innovations. So yeah, so we can think about organizing something like that. And for today, really thank you for a great session. If somebody will have some additional questions, you can reach Kuba by email. And I will leave here the link to this platform when you can visit some info and demo tables and talk with other participants. So if you want to enjoy networking, I invite you there. We have another session at 6 p.m. It will be about different ways of raising capital and also about expansion from European market to US and the other way around. It will be presenting by Kaja Kruszecka. She's Polish, but she was born and grown up in US, so she knows both markets. Thank you, Kuba, one more time.
Yeah, it's really nice to be invited for such events, and yeah, have a nice afternoon.
Great. Today is the global one, so
yeah, it's even better. Yeah.
Cheers.
To
Thanks a lot.
Cheers from Berlin. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye.
Skojarzeniu. Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych, tych, którzy są bardzo twórczy, z tymi, którzy dysponują wyobraźnią biznesową?
Troszeczkę sztuki, troszeczkę nauki, popularyzacji nauki. I to są super niezwykłe, ciekawe rozmowy o przyszłości.
Tło jest nieistotne. Co ważne, tembr głosu jest nieistotny. Ważny jest temat, który jest w danej chwili dyskutowany i wokół tego właśnie wszystko się toczy.
Really great to be here as Microsoft and partnering with Venture Cafe.
Cieszymy się, że jesteśmy partnerem i możemy tutaj wspierać te rozwiązania.
Cieszymy się, że możemy być partnerem Venture Cafe i to jest The Gatheringów.
Bardzo jest to inspirujące z Wami pracować, więc mamy nadzieję jeszcze na kolejne spotkania Venture Cafe.
Jakiego rodzaju połączenia mogą powstać dzięki właśnie skojarzeniu ludzi kultury, sektorów kreatywnych?
Should be a 10th. Thank you for your introduction. I didn't hear your name. I only see the company then, Studio Halftone. But
my name is Vic.
Vic. Well, thanks Vic for your intro, and I already see some other people popping in. I think it's a good plan to do some intros also in a bit, so I also understand a little bit about your companies. So I can also focus upon the right subjects which are possibly relevant for you guys, because in the end I am here, of course, in order to help you find, well, let's say the right type of funding, or at least to help you through some choices which you need to make once you are thinking about funding. So maybe to start off with, is there already anybody here in this session who has a really specific question about funding? Then I can write it down, and then during the slides, I will try to answer your question. So I would say if you have a really specific question, let's not say business related, only business related, but more general, then please shout out. So I'll write it down, and I'll well, discuss this during the slides. Still quiet, so I think no specific questions yet. So
yeah, I've got one question. It's a very general question. Where can you find people who are willing to fund businesses?
That's indeed a really general question. But let me see if I can help you a little bit with that, because in the slides I will talk about different ways of funding your company, because it will of course really depend on what kind of company you are, what kind of involvement you would like investors to have into your company, if you would like to have investors at all, because there are of course also a lot of companies who can do without investment. And for the, let's say, investor, or maybe call it equity part, I will try to help you a little bit of how you can find the right investors, or at least where you can possibly find investors at all. So thank you for your question. Are there any other people attending with already questions they want to address?
Yes, my name is Omid, from for Omid. We are in the built environment sector. We are trying to reduce the cost, time, waste, solid waste, and CO2 emission in the construction sector. My question is, there are several subsidies related to the creative industry and circular economy and sustainable ideas, but some of them require to have the investor also included to the way. One of the requirement is working with the also investors. I'm glad. I will be delighted if I know more about the process, how the investors become a part of the company for getting those subsidies and involved in that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Omid. That's indeed a good question, because there are a lot of indeed relevant subsidies for all kinds of companies, and some subsidies have the, let's say, obligation for you to bring a co-investor, which usually means that the subsidies are only, let's say, given out to your company if you have somebody into your company which is possibly not only a cash investor, but usually they also demand certain, let's say, expertise from these people, because they want to, let's say, lift or profit from this knowledge of these people, which are usually industry experts, and then they are able to give you a subsidy. So let me see if I can also focus upon that a little bit. So, well, thank you for, yeah, no problem. Thanks at least for some of your questions to start off with. Let me quickly introduce myself and the topic I will talk about today, and feel free if you have any questions about a slide, or you want to interrupt, or you want to ask anything about your business or funding to interrupt me, or otherwise, of course, we also have some time at the end. I think the total session is around 1.5 hours. I always try to do, let's say, an hour of slides with some questions related to the slides, and then we dive into some more Q&A. So I can really answer all your questions. So today is about how to choose the right type of funding. And I host this session because I see that a lot of people are actually not really familiar with the steps they need to take in order to raise funding for their business. What I see in daily life, because we do help entrepreneurs raising funding, is that people tend to forget a lot of steps in the process. They are not well prepared once they are approaching either investors or other companies who could fund their company. And in that sense, it's a little bit of a problem, because if you go unprepared towards an investor, you lose your first time advantage, because they immediately will think negatively about you because you didn't do your homework well and you didn't prepare the regular documents which you really need to have in order to successfully raise funding. So a little bit about me and about the company where I work for, or at least which is partly also my company. I'm a commercial director of Symbit, which is a Rotterdam-based company. We started off in Rotterdam, and we still have some people working from Rotterdam, but also now from Eindhoven and from Roosendaal. So a couple of places around the Netherlands. So I will quickly introduce a little bit about our company in a bit. Then I will tell a little bit about the developments in the financial market, so we know what happened over time and why it is so difficult nowadays to raise funding. Then I will give you some tips and tricks to think of, some questions you need to ask yourself once you are raising funding. We dive into some funding options, and of course, like said, room for questions. So let me quickly start off with at least first the introduction about Symbit and about myself. First myself, maybe. My name is Robin Hoogstraten. I'm now working at Symbit for approximately 6 years. And we started off in 2011 as the first equity crowdfunding platform worldwide. And also the first one in the Netherlands, who was, let's say, changing the way of normal risk capital investing. So where you would have typically business angels or venture capitalists or strategic investors. And what we wanted to realize is a model where people were able to invest smaller ticket sizes into several companies. And we combined larger groups of people to become one, let's say, equity investor into your company. So this is what we've done so far. We've raised around 33 million for approximately 220 companies in all kinds of phases and stages. And next to that, we also have a large partner network, which is helping with other forms of funding. Because a lot of times we see that somebody knocks on our door and they want to ask Symbit if we are able to help them with raising funding. But after asking some questions, we find out that they don't need equity funding, or, and that also happens a lot, they don't need funding at all. They just have to be a little bit more creative. So that's also where I want to focus upon today. So as a company, we are really entrepreneurial focused. We are a young team existing of all people with an entrepreneurial mindset, because we also started as a startup, of course, back in 2011, and we also needed to raise our own funding. We had some extensive funding rounds also for our own company. I think in total we raised more than 7 million for Symbit alone. From all kinds of stages, investors, funds, family offices, banks. So we know a thing or two about funding. And that's also why I want to share this story, especially here in Venture Cafe with the people attending the summer school, because I did at least learn that you are all interested to either start up your business or let it grow. So I hope you find it a useful session today. It is being recorded, so if you have some questions afterwards, you can always rewatch. And I'm also willing to share the slides if some people are interested. So, like told, we raised approximately 33 million now for over 220 companies. And this is all specifically in the equity domain. So equity domain means shareholders or convertible loans, which are the two products which we usually facilitate within Symbit. So I will tell a little bit more about it in a couple of slides, but that is our, let's say, expertise. But next to that, we also advise a lot of people to work with other funding companies because they are just either not ready to get in equity or they can find better alternatives, like subsidies, for instance. We work together with a company called MK, the subsidy community, a lot. which is really focused upon subsidies, which is usually non-dilutive funding, which is interesting because then you don't have to sell a part of your company, of course. This can possibly help you to grow your company even larger without selling too much too soon, because there's a risk in that, of course. So that's a little bit about Symbit, and let me now dive into, let's say, at least how we got to the point where we are today. Because as we all know, there are a lot of fundraising possibilities. And more general term, in order to explain how these opportunities or funding possibilities are called, would be alternative funding. But of course, there's a reason why alternative funding grew so big, because it didn't happen overnight. It took some, let's say, years in order to develop this market, and in order to also get some, let's say, grown-up players here, like in the crowdfunding sector, but also factoring. Maybe some of you heard about this. Subsidies is, of course, already a form in existence for a long time. But if you would dive into, for instance, this community only, in the Netherlands, we have around 7,000 subsidy options, which means that it's really a hustle to find the right subsidy for your company. And it also determines how you frame your company, so how you frame your business, because you might have a certain business model and you're active in a certain industry, but if you tell it the one way, you cannot get in a subsidy. But if you are telling it the other way, or so you are telling you are making the world a better place, for instance, and you're doing exactly the same, then sometimes you can get the subsidy. So sometimes it's all about framing and the right way of framing your company. So if we look back to the developments in the financial markets, I would say let's go back to all the way down to 2005. 2005, we had, well, almost no ways of alternative fundraising. Equity investing was still small in the Netherlands, not that many private investors, not that many venture capitalists. I think only 4 or 5 venture capital companies back then. No crowdfunding. Factoring was not really big yet. So there were not a lot of options. So where did you go if you wanted to raise your funding? To the bank, of course. Because back in 2005, the banks were still able to fund risky startups and a little also grow capital in scale-ups. But from 2008 on, when we hit the financial crisis, we did see that there was a lot of regulation why banks were not able to fund early stage companies anymore. Because their compliance processes needed to be sharper, they needed to be broader, they needed to spend more time in order to evaluate business models. So in the end, this became a little bit more costly, which means that it can only be effective if you are supplying funding to larger companies or larger funding rounds. Because if you do this for a 100K funding round, you won't get to a profit as a bank. So from that point on, we saw 2008 until now that banks didn't fund anymore. I think that this picture is from 2016, so it's a little outdated, but I think it's nowadays almost the same, at least in early stage companies. Almost 50% of all funding requests submitted with the bank in total are rejected immediately. And you see that in the Netherlands, if you look to the top of the page, we are one of the countries where we are saying no or selling no the most with the banking sector. So because, of course, this drop into the bank funding, there needed to be alternatives. So we did see the bank funding, let's say, stabilizing, but only moving to another segment, to more bigger companies, bigger fundraising rounds. But let's say the SME funding, so really small and medium enterprises, was growing like crazy. And that's also why, in the end, non-bank financing, which came to name, let's say, alternative funding, grew so hard over the years, because banks were, in the end, of course, not able to commit towards this funding. So if we see this change, then if we look to the old situation, it's a pretty easy model, because it's easy to get to this one, let's say, bank. You could deliver your business plan and they just said yes or no. And in 80% of the cases, they did say yes. Nowadays, there's even less than 50% bank, and you have all kinds of alternatives. So here at the right of the page, you already see a couple of alternatives. It's in Dutch here. I will get back to it in a couple of slides in the Netherlands. But if you would go and sit behind your computer on the way for funding or searching for funding, you almost need an expert who can tell you where you need to be, because it's almost undoable to find out what kind of funding is the best for your company. And let's say that if you found one of these, let's say, specific funding options to be the best one for your company, then there's still a lot of research to be done, because within these segments, you have so many players nowadays that it's not really transparent where you that means that you need to, let's say, dive into this subject of funding for a longer time than you were supposed to do so a couple of years ago. Because a couple of years ago, it was a more easy subject where you could just, well, like I said at the beginning, go to the bank. And now you really need to do some research. So this is one of my first tips today, how to choose the right type of funding. It takes time. Everybody thinks that they are entitled to funding for their company, but you really need to prove yourself nowadays. If you are, for instance, taking a dive into the venture capital world, then you really need to do research there. What kind of venture capital companies are out there? What kind of tickets do they invest? What do they demand from my company? For instance, a venture capitalist normally wants to see a divided team within the enterprise. So they want to see a CTO with a technology focus, a CEO with an overall leadership focus, and a COO or CCO, which is really commercially focused. So usually VCs demand a lot from your company. So if you are not at that stage yet, then don't contact them, because it's a waste of your time, but also possibly a waste of their time, because you need to think that all these VCs, but also alternative funders in general, get a lot of requests a day. So they try to be picky, and they try to, let's say, investigate as soon as possible if you are that one company which is interesting for them to pursue into the deal phase. If you go into a deal phase, for instance, the process of raising business angel funding takes 4 to 6 months. So you can see it takes time, because you need to get to know the people need to get to know your company, they need to get to know your industry. How are you coping with, let's say, some risks? For instance, now this pandemic will also not be, let's say, helpful in this case. It will be helpful if you are able to prove how you tackled the pandemic and how you are creative to get your business up and running there. So this is something I really want to give to you, that really do your homework and prepare well. I will mention a couple of steps in the process of raising funds in a couple of slides, and you do not need to think that you can skip one of these steps. Always try to walk through all these steps in order to be prepared, and in order to, if you are at the right spot, in order to handle fast. So you are also able to, if people ask you certain materials, deliver them fast, because in the end, they want, if they want to see your materials, you want to be spot on, and you really want to deliver them with the right materials. So what do you need to ask yourself when you are raising funding? Because of course, it always starts with your own preferences. It's not always the case that you need to find the best alternative because they are the only ones supplying funding for your company. Sometimes you also need to take a step back and really ask yourself, what do I want in my company? What do I want with my company? And does the specific investor, fund, bank, or company which is helping you with this funding, does this specific example fit into your company? Of course, you need to know in which phase you are, and this is really important, what do you have to offer? Because there's always something in return. Even if it's a, let's say, a green investment or something, still people want to have a lot of updates from you, or they want you to commit towards a certain scheme where you develop your company. So there's always a request. So you need to see, what do I need or have to offer, and do I want this? So let me start off with this one, because this was a shock to me when I was doing some research, and that's that 56% of the startups currently active and trying to raise funds are unfamiliar with any form of alternative finance. Well, I think that nowadays at least everybody knows some terms like crowdfunding or like credits, which is microcredit. So you all learned about some terms, but if you ask in-depth questions about the specific forms of alternative funding, almost no company can answer the questions. So no startup. And this is because of the first thing I told, they didn't do any research. So really take this as a thing you need to do a lot of research, spend your time in finding the right alternatives. What we do know is that every company who is raising funds is in the end willing to grow their company. So they want to jump to a bigger ball, as we see here. But how to get there, that's a mystery. It's like walking in these woods. We all see these trees, but we don't know where to go. So if I make this a little bit more practical, this is how the route of funding can look like in a couple of alternatives. So let's say, for instance, crowdfunding. If you look to this site, you can see so many players already active here, and they all have a different ask from your company, and they all work differently. They have a different risk model. They have a different way of earning their own money. So you can see that if you found out that from the 14 ways of alternative funding you want to do, for instance, factoring, then still there's a hell of a job to do, because what company would be in the end the company which is good for you? So it takes time and it takes research, and sometimes it also takes expertise. So don't be afraid to ask people if they can help you along the way, because usually if you are in a specific category, or you have a specific kind of debtors, for instance, in your company, then this can, for instance, already help to narrow down what kind of factoring company you need to approach. Because if you are going to approach them all, it takes way too much time, and you don't want to do this. So what we always say is that once you are raising funding, everybody is always thinking about the amount of funding and what they do want to offer for the funding. So let's say we are searching investors. We want to raise 100K, and I'm willing to offer 10%. And some people forget the most important steps into, let's say, the funding roadmap, as we would like to call it. And that's to come up with a solid business case where you really present the investors how you are looking towards the market and how you are looking towards succeeding your company. So what we say is most important. And even if you don't know what kind of funding you need or how many funding you need, start with a solid business case. I'd like to warn you that a business case is something different than a business plan, because a business plan is usually, well, let's say for yourself to really think about all the important subjects once you are starting a business. But a business case is more narrowed down to market, to ways of approaching the market, business model, earning model, future prognosis. Is it scalable? Are there risks involved for you as a person, but also for the company? Do you have some historical financials? So it's way more about the economic rationale of your business, and of course some explanation of either your technology, your service, or your market. But it's always the first step. And you would be surprised, because it sounds pretty obvious, but you would be surprised the amount of calls I have with people which are asking for funding to me. And if I ask them, can you show me your business case? Then they still need to make it. So they don't have anything on paper yet. They don't have anything to share. This is usually a really bad start, because if you don't have something to share, then a funder cannot take you seriously. Because in the end, they want to read through your materials and they want to see what you are doing, why you are doing it, because a lot of things are also coming from motivation, and why you think you can make it a success. So always start with the business case. If you have a solid business case, then usually you have, for instance, also a liquidity prognosis, so a cash flow prognosis. And based upon your cash flow prognosis, you can see that you have not enough money to commit to the things you wrote down in your plan. That's where you get a investment decision from. So if you have the business case and you see we have a negative cash flow in the first year of 120,000 euros, then you know that you need to invest 120,000 euros into your startup to bridge the first year. So that's how you set up the investment decision, not the other way around. So not first telling how much you are raising and then trying to calculate how this fits into your cash flow. Always start off with a good cash flow prognosis where you see what your burn rate would be. And your burn rate is just how many cash will go out of the company every month. And in the end, what do you need to earn or invest into the company in order to get towards your, in the end, either break-even point or into a significant growth? Because, of course, not all companies are focusing upon a break-even point in the first year because they want to reinvest into growth. So from your business case, you get to your investment decision. If you've made your investment decision, it's also really important to make a risk scan. And a risk scan means that there are a lot of factors which are unknown for you as a company. This might be, for instance, in our case, as Simbit, the regulatory environment, because we are regulated as a company by the Authority of Financial Markets, but sometimes these regulators change their rules. And then you need to commit to their rules. So you need to change your business case and in the end, maybe even your cash flow prognosis, which means another investment decision. So a risk scan is good to do because you need to know where, which might differ when certain things happen, like this pandemic. If you would have a really solid business case and you would have said, okay, there would have been a pandemic and there would, for instance, be no traveling anymore, then you can already see, okay, what would be the drop in my cash flow? So where do I need to think of if something like this happens? And it's not always needed to show that you can immediately solve these risks, but it's important that you show that you are aware of the risks. Because if you are not aware of them, investors or funding agencies are thinking that you forgot about them and that you're too optimistic. So really important here. Once you've done that, then you are really thinking about the funding strategy. And the funding strategy is the research chapter, which I just told you. So do your research. What would fit into your company profile? What would fit to you as a person? What kind of investors? What kind of, let's say, funding opportunities? If you have this ready, then you go into the market validation stage, which is the stage where you are tapping into, for instance, okay, factoring and microcredit could be interesting options, just two fictive examples. Then you are trying to narrow down this specific industry. So if we take a look into factoring, how many factoring players are out there? What kind of factoring deals do they fund? Sometimes I see people who are active abroad, for instance, in Africa, contacting a factoring agency who has clearly stated on their website that they do not fund foreign debtors. In this case, you can already save yourself a lot of time by just reading to their selection criteria. So try to make a matrix for your company, try to set all of the bullet points you want to see here, and then try to put the funders here and see which one ticks the best boxes or the most boxes. Then you will ask for a funding offer. If you're a smart person, then I would say always ask a couple of companies for a funding offer, because then you can compare. And in the end, you can also tell a company, okay, thanks for your offer, but we also got another offer. And here the offer is structured a different way. So can we come towards one another by just changing your offer a little bit? So it always helps with VCs, if you have multiple term sheets, with a bank, if you have 2 or 3 banks which are interested, and also with factoring companies. So try to see if you can contact more than one. Of course, then you're making your decision. Well, that's the part where you're really going into your negotiation and rounding off the deal. The juridical procedure, try to do this well. Try to get in expertise if you don't know how to do this, because you can, sorry for my words, but you can fuck up your company by not paying enough attention to your juridical procedure. Because, for instance, if you are inviting investors and you have a lot of investors on your cap table, which are all individual investors, then a VC is already telling, okay, I don't want to fund this company because it gets too complex. You need to get things simple. So try to do your research there as well. How do I need to structure the funds in order to be able to raise future funds as well? Because every decision we make today directly influences the decisions tomorrow. And then the last part would be administration or management. And maybe that part is really underestimated. And I have one slide and a couple of slides which explains a little bit more about it, because what I do see is that a lot of companies are really enthusiastic once they are approaching investors, but once the investors are on board, they forget to update them, or they forget to take them along the journey of being an investor in positive and in negative times. And why is this so important? Because if you don't do this, and you are, for instance, not updating them with anything, they also can't help you. But if they are aware of some hiccups you have into your model or into the market, or nowadays, like for instance, with the Corona crisis, then some people might be able to move from the original things you, well, let's say, agreed upon with them. Because investors are also flexible, because they don't want to see your company going bankrupt. In the end, they want their return. So they are willing to think along, as long as you keep them, let's say, updated along the journey. So these would be the most important steps in what we would call the funding roadmap. Of course, this does not tell you what kind of funding you need. In order to discuss that, I have another slide, which takes you to a couple of things where you need to think about. And one of the first things we say would be ownership. So do you want 100% ownership of your company, or do you like shared ownership into your company? This ownership structure already tells you what kind of type of funding you can work with. Because if you want to be a 100% shareholder in the company, then you need to go for debt. And if you want to have a shared cap table, so you are able to get in some people, then you might be able to get in equity. So first, answer this question for yourself. And then also answer some things like, how do you want the involvement of these people to be structured? I'll get back to that in a couple of slides. If you know if it's debt or equity, then you already narrow down your choices a lot. Because with debt, you can think about banks, you can think about alternative fundings like factoring, crowdfunding, and these kinds of ways. You might need to think about the security you can offer, or the collateral you can offer. So if a bank is funding, they always want something to fall back on if things go wrong. These can be either assets, or this can be personal liability from your side. So if it goes wrong, the bank can get your house, for instance. So these are all important things to think of, because it might have direct implications not only to your startup, but also to you as a person. Because I do get the question a lot, yeah, but if I have a private limited company, so what we would call in the Netherlands a besloten vennootschap, BV, then I'm not personal liable, right? And then I also always challenge the people to read through the details of a funding agreement if you are taking one. Because I can assure you that almost every crowdfunder in the Netherlands who is focusing upon debt crowdfunding is requesting you to sign personally for your loan. So this means that if shit hits the fan, they will get back to you in the end, and they will get your private money in order to pay back investors. So really important decisions here. So if you decided upon this and you've decided on the source, then it's also important to think about the way you are paying back your investor and what kind of costs are involved. So do you have a fixed, let's say, agreement, so only interest? Or are you looking into a market average where people are really focusing upon a valuation? So you don't need to you don't have a lot of cash out in the beginning period, but it will be on a later stage. Or will it be variable? At the beginning, not so much interest, but it will grow. Always important to see how this will impact your liquidity. Because one of the things you need to remind is that as a startup, cash is king. Because if you run out of cash, you run out of ways to do business, of course. So really important there. Then another thing what you hear a lot nowadays is pizza funding or co-funding. I don't know if you've heard about the term before, but it's a term where people are referring to multiple investors or investment agencies who are taking along into one round. So you have multiple investors. Then usually you have a big order here. So there are some investors who become a first in this big order. They are, let's say, preferred. So this means, for instance, a bank, they always ask for a first right of securities or collateral. So they want to have your assets in their loan. So if it goes wrong, they have your assets. Then you go down up until subordinated loans, which means that they are second in the row. And then even behind that, we have equity, which means that if it goes wrong, then people just lose their money. So this means that if people are willing to accept a variable income based upon your valuation or based upon the future growth of your company, then usually they are lowest in the big order, but they have the best chances of getting in the highest return, but with a high risk. There's a high risk involved for these people. And then the last part would be to take into account third parties. So if you, for instance, would say, I want to start a crowdfunding tomorrow, and you do this without a platform, then usually there is some regulators like the AFM and the DNB, so the Nederlandse Bank, which are trying to, well, let's say, quit you from doing so, because you want to be, they want you to be in a regulated environment. So they want you to work with companies who control you and who have what we would call in Dutch the zorgplicht for investors. So they are also focusing upon the right terms for investors. And sometimes you also need to work with an exchange. So you need to be able to sell shares along the way, or you work with mediators or advisors, which also pick a portion of your costs. So all important things to walk yourself through to see, okay, what would be the preferred option in every step to, in the end, come to the best funding option for your company. Then I already told a little bit a couple of slides ago that one of the things which people underestimate a lot is management or administration of your investment. If you do this well, then sometimes you can see that you don't need any investment at all. Because let's say if you have a good liquidity prognosis, and if you don't have it, then really make one, then you have daily insights, or let's say weekly or monthly insights into your business and your cash flow. So you know once you need to raise funds, and you are always in time. So you are not raising funding once you need it tomorrow, but you can already start raising funding once you still have 4 months, because you know what your burn rate will be, and you know in the end also when you will get out of cash. So this is one of the first things which is important, not only for the starting period, but also for afterwards, because then people can see if you are working, let's say if the company is growing like you prognosed. So you can show the people that you are indeed able to get well up until your promises with your liquidity. Important here. Another one, if you are selling products, I see here there's inventory management, but this means inventory management. So if you are selling products, then usually you hold a certain percentage of stock, and stock is pretty costly. And what we see, for instance, now also with Corona, a lot of people have automated, let's say, orders with some of their suppliers. So they know that every month we are ordering 1,000 pieces of X or Y or Z. And if you forget to stop these orders, for instance, because you don't know about it anymore, then there will be a lot of costs involved, and you will have a lot of stock, of course, in the end. So always, and it seems really simple, these things, like I tell them here, but you would, you still see a lot of companies who don't think about this. Always start to sell from your stock. So try to get last in, so the stock which you have into your company, try to sell that first. Another important part would be debtor management. So if you are sending somebody an invoice, try to commit them towards paying it. And of course, this is also let's say a no-brainer or an easy one, you would say. But a lot of companies only send an email to one of their debtors if they didn't pay on time. If you would pick up the phone and you would call the people, then at least you know why they didn't pay. Maybe they forgot. And usually if you gave them a call, they pay right away. So already some cash into the company again, and you don't need to raise any funding at all. And if you see that people are not paying in time, then maybe you can work with a little discount to encourage them to pay in time. So you get more cash into your company. And if that is not enough, so if these three things are not helping you to get towards the level of funding you need, of course, then you can look to funding. If there's not enough, you can look to temporary funding. So I'll explain a little bit about that in a couple of slides. If you have already funding in, also keep them aligned and try to see if you can, for instance, postpone repayments if it's not going that well. So active fund management is really important once you have funders in, because it doesn't stop after you get in the funds. It only starts after you get in the funds. So what's also really important for yourself is to know in which stage you are. And we like to use this picture here, where you would see a startup with a good ID, which is growing, and in the end will be able to go to, for instance, an IPO. This is a regular part of like, let's say, scale-ups or startups with a large scaling potential. So it always helps you to identify in which stage you are, because then you can use the terminology which is common in this stage, and you can also make the right calculations. If you go into a Series A round, for instance, then you're usually at the point where you are talking to venture capitalists. And venture capitalists have really specific terms they want to know from your side. So for instance, they want to know what is your CAC, your customer acquisition cost. So what do you need to invest into in order to get one customer? And another important one is, for instance, LTV, lifetime value. If you have a customer in, how long will they pay for your services or your products? Do they do extra purchases? Do they have a subscription? And if so, with a subscription, what would be your retention? So how many people quit paying after a while? These are all metrics which are important to know once approaching funders, because in the end, they will ask about it. And if you've never thought about them before, it's a bad thing. Even if you don't know them, then try to come up with some assumptions, which is explaining them how you think the customer acquisition cost will evolve once you are in the early stage, and how it can be better if you grow your company because of economies of scale or more marketing efforts, a better brand. Really important to show to investors and funders in general. So if you take a look back to a couple of slides ago, I did have these steps all in a row. So beginning from the form, the type, and then the way of involvement. And then you had this difference between equity and debt. And this is something I want to split a little bit here to help you think about the right things once you are doing, let's say, either equity investment or you are doing debt. And one of the first questions you need to ask yourself is, what kind of involvement do you want your funder to have into your company? So I think we've all heard of the term smart money, or at least I assume that all of you have heard of this term before. So smart money usually means that somebody who comes aboard is also really willing and able to help you with their knowledge, their expertise, and their network. So they can help you to grow. These people are usually not willing to take any debt, but they want to have some involvement in your company as well. Well, do you want to give up some of your control here for them to bring their experience? And what kind of control do you want to give up? Important at the beginning stage is to always keep the majority of shares, because you are the one leading the company, so you need to be able to make the largest decisions. Even if somebody brings, let's say, 100K in a really early stage, don't sell too much of your company yet. The only possibility to do so is once the investor is not so much an investor, but they really commit themselves to working with you. So they actually become a part of the team. Then it's not an investor anymore, but then it's more like a management buy-in. So somebody is investing and working with your company in order to help you grow. With this involvement, you also have a lot of different kinds of involvement. Because, for instance, if you are selling shares, you can sell different types of shares. You can sell preferred shares, which means that the people who have these shares usually have also preferred voting rights or preferred profit rights. You don't see it happening a lot anymore nowadays, especially not in early day startups, because it will form a hiccup later in the, let's say, the growth of your company. But it is an option to sell preferred stock options or preferred stock rights to an investor. And you can also think of, for instance, certificates of shares without voting rights. So then the people are only entitled for profit to the future, but not to any voting rights. So this is important also to do some homework again and to really think, okay, what do I want to give up in my company? If you then thought about it, then it's of course important to know what kind of equity investor do you want to have aboard. Well, you have of course a lot of options like equity crowdfunding, which is something which we also facilitate at Symbit. You can do this with a convertible or equity. Do you want to sell shares right away, or do you want to wait with making a valuation and you want to offer people an option to buy shares at a later stage by being able to, let's say, convert their initial loan plus interest into equity, but then not on a valuation we talk about today, but only after a couple of years. So you are able to grow your company. Do you want to have a venture capitalist aboard? Well, really important. Are you ready for a venture capitalist? And do you feel comfortable with some company coming in, taking a board seat, and also really controlling your strategy and your mission and sometimes your vision, because they want to grow you fast because of their own returns? Do you want an angel investor, which is usually a little bit more flexible? You go into a dialogue and you see if there's a click, and then you work out the terms. Family offices, also an opportunity. These are usually bigger, larger families who invest either via funds or directly into startups. They are usually also not only seeking for the return, but also want to make impact, for instance, impact investors. And the last one, I did put it here between brackets because I don't want to focus upon it too much. But this is an option which I would say is not really an equity investment, but it's called a SAFE agreement, which is something which is popular now in the States. And it's a sort of a revenue share agreement where you agree upon a certain rev share in your business model for the investor. So they get paid back their initial investment plus a surplus, so plus a return. And you first need to pay them before you need to pay, before you are paying off yourself or reinvesting into the company. So interesting model if you don't want to work with ownership, for instance, then you can think about a SAFE. Lots about it on the internet, so Google it, I would say. If you would take a look into the other form of capital, so debt, then it's important to know that usually this is more short-term funding. So you will need free cash flow in order to get in debt funding, because in the end you need to pay back the interest and the initial loan amount. So you get interest, repayments. There's sometimes, like I told before, the personal liability, and you need to ask yourself, am I willing to sign personal for this loan? Because there is risk involved for you, and sometimes also for your partner, because they really go far down the line if they ask for personal liability. So really important to think of. And then what kind of securities can you offer? So what can you offer in return? Well, there are a lot of types also of debt, of course, like loan crowdfunding, or you have crowdfunding again, a lot of personal liability, like I said, so pay attention there. Banks, which is still usually the cheapest way to get in funding, but they don't commit to, let's say, early stage funding rounds, growth funding, or early stage companies. Factoring, so selling your debtors towards a company. So you know that you sell your debtors towards them. There's also a risk involved here, because in the end, they are on your behalf trying to get back the money from the debtors, but you get your cash right away. So you get your cash faster in time. this is usually interesting if you have long payment terms. So for instance, you send out an invoice and people are able to pay with 60 days or 90 days. Then factoring might be a good option, and some other here. We also have subsidies here, and one of the questions, of course, was how you are combining investors with subsidies. I think that it's really important to take a deep dive here into the specific subsidy you are trying to pursue upon, and try to see what they request from a lead investor. Because sometimes, for instance, Innovation Quarter, they are not really a subsidy company, but they do invest government money into startups, but they want their co-investor to take a large chunk, or maybe sometimes even 50% of the deal. And this co-investor needs to be a professional investor, and they need to come from a certain industry where your company is also in. So in your case, in the building and construction area, then you need to get in a company who has experience into this building and construction science, because otherwise they won't commit towards giving you a subsidy. So it's really important to look into the things they request for a co-investor, because usually it's not only the money they want to see, they also want to see the involvement of an industry expert. Here are some specific things about some of the options I just told. So you have flexible debt, factoring, crowdfunding, and banks. I don't want to walk you through all of these steps, but it's just to give you afterwards also the slide deck, so you can really take a look into what kind of things are, for instance, important to realize when you are choosing for factoring or for flexible debt or for crowdfunding. So I leave this for now. Maybe if there are some questions at the end, I can get back to the slide in a bit. A general advice here, and I already told it a little bit at the beginning, would be that if you are taking a deep dive into the funding world, then try to see if you know people who already did so. So do you know people who already raised funding? Or do you know companies who already went through this before? Or do you maybe know a friend who is an advisor or working at a bank or something like this? Always try to use your network to get relevant introductions and ask for advice. It's easier to ask for advice than asking for funding. Usually we say that, and that's a phrase a lot of business angels use, ask for advice, get funding, ask for funding, and get advice. And you see it happening a lot, because if you are immediately focusing upon the money part, then people feel not respected. So especially with investors, that's the case, because if you are immediately from day one telling, I need 300K, then this specific individual might say, okay, why do you need me? Because I know I have the 300K, but why me? Why not somebody else? So always try to focus upon the person or the company or the bank, or why do you need this specific company to work with? And like I said, learn from others. Try to do your benchmarking here. If you are, for instance, in the drone world, so you are making drones, for instance, then try to see what kind of other startups raised funding before into this drone world. And at, for instance, Crunchbase or TechBase, you can then look up what kind of investors they have into their cap table. So you already know that these people are interested into investing into deep tech, deep technology, drones, AI, maybe if it's involved into the company as well. So this already gives you a little +1, because you know that these investors are open to investing into these domains. So important, again, homework. Then really important to get your materials straight. And this is the last part, and then we want to dive into some questions, if there are so. And then I still need to answer the last, where can I find investors? So that's the most difficult question, I would say, but I answered it a little bit with this slide. Use your network to get introductions. But what kind of materials do you need in order to raise funding? If you have them, you always need your historical financials. So you need to have your financials, and you need to be able to send them right away, because especially banks are not always forward-looking, but more backward-looking. So they want to see, what did you do so far? Are you profitable? And what's the ability that you will stay and keep being profitable? So important here, historical financials. Then also you need forward-looking statements. So you usually need two financial figures here. You need a liquidity prognosis, which is like the cash planning, which we already talked about. Really important to have this good and into detail because it helps you also to make decisions where to spend your money in. And you need a P&L, a profit and loss statement. This is of course something different because it can be that you have a, let's say, some revenue today, but the cash flow can come, let's say, 2 months later. So if you have your liquidity and your P&L next to each other, then this might already help you as part of your business case to know that factoring might be an option, because today we make the revenue and here we have the cash flow. What if we can get the cash flow towards the point of making the revenue? So you have cash at day one. This helps you to think of the several options. Are you thinking about risk capital? Then try to prepare a pitch deck. And a pitch deck is not into too much detail, but it's a general explanation about you, about your company, about your industry, your market, the size of the market, also how you try to get into the market, so sales channels, marketing channels. If you have some figures here, show them. So do you know anything about conversion? Then really show it to investors. They like numbers. Try to benchmark, try to see if there are exceptional examples of companies who already raised funding in your industry, maybe in the States, and you're trying to duplicate it into Europe. Sometimes you don't need to think of a new wheel. You just need to find out how this wheel can roll into this specific industry. So for instance, the sharing economy, you have a lot of platforms which are there. It's nothing new because they do exactly the same business as the other platforms. They just do it in a different industry and they make the industry transparent there. So try to prove why you think it's a valid market with a valid business model and a valid business case. Then always get your cap table and organization structure right. So you know what are your shareholders, how many shareholders are there, what are the percentages they have, and how is your company structured. Important also how your IP is structured here. Sometimes I see, for instance, a company which has a holding company, and then beneath that there's a working company, and they ask investors to invest into the working company, but the IP is into the holding company. An investor does not like that because they do want to invest into, let's say, the entity where also the IP rights or the initial, let's say, rights of your platform or IT or technology, where these rights are, because then they know that they are at top level and not at bottom level. Because otherwise, from this holding, you have this working company here, you can open another company again and use this IP straight away, which means that you are also able to earn money in other ways without the investors profiting from this. So make sure that you do this right. Then stress it again, make sure you have your business case, which is not the business plan, but sometimes it's also called IM, Investor Memorandum. You can find a lot of them online. So really try to focus upon a good one, which is relevant for your industry with your own style and your own subjects in there. Make a 2 or 1 pager to just tell about your company, the fundraising opportunity, and the industry. So these are the most important parts, and you can fit in some more opportunities there. But this is really to arouse interest with some investors. And in the end, you of course need term sheets. So you get towards a deal, then you first sign a term sheet. On the term sheet, you are explaining how the deal will happen, what the money will be involved, valuation, rights, etc. And then once the term sheet is signed, you are really, let's say, getting towards finishing up the deal and closing the deal, so to say. Last part, important to think about equity is if you choose for equity, return is long-term, which means for investors high risk but potentially high return. Their earnings would be in dividend or an exit, so your company being worth more in the future. Usually they want involvement into your business or enterprise, but they will also be ambassadors of your business. So they will help you to grow it and to get it bigger. For debt, you choose for a short-term option. You often start paying back immediately with some interest, so make sure you have the cash to pay back, because otherwise you pay back from your initial loan, which is not healthy at all. You can be personal liable, and sometimes there will be a collateral in the loan. So people have assets, or companies have assets, which they can ask if things go wrong. So that was like the, well, in a, I think, a Speedy Gonzalez tempo, the world of steps you can take in order to think of right steps and questions to ask yourself once raising funding for your company. Then maybe just the last question, which we had at the beginning, where can I find investors? That's the most difficult question to answer, but the best one would be to do some benchmarking. So see if there are other companies who already
ask on chat or in Q&A session, and for sure Kaya will address all of them. So good morning, and the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eva. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. So I want to give you a little background on myself before we get started so that you feel comfortable with who I am and what kind of information I'm going to give you. So my name is Kaya. I am the founder of Skybrook Venture Partners, and we work on bridging the gap between the US and Central and Eastern European market. What we aim to do is to help companies that are looking to come into the US market gain investment and set themselves up in the US. And vice versa, with US companies that are looking to enter the Central and Eastern European market, we help them establish themselves, have grant opportunities, and build a successful business on both fronts. My background is in wealth management, manufacturing, and in consulting, in restructuring and structuring companies. So my knowledge and my expertise is very broad and vast. And in the last few years, I've had the opportunity to work with the Polish market, which really intrigues me because I was born there, but I was never raised. I didn't live in Poland. Thankfully, to my parents, I kept up the language. And so it's really beneficial and so nice to be able to help and work with companies in that market. Today, we're going to be talking about raising capital and raising capital in foreign markets. Why this is important. CIC is positioned all over the world. It's a global entity, and there are companies in all areas of the world that are looking to raise capital in different markets. And the question that we often get, especially from companies in Central and Eastern Europe, are how do we expand globally into the US market? And we definitely guide them along that process. That is our job. But there are so many questions that I feel like should be readily available with answers for people. And that's what I want to really touch on today. So I'm going to start sharing my screen so that you guys can see a presentation I prepared for you. I'm just going to close this. Okay. So the presentation is on raising foreign capital. And I encourage all of you to screenshot the presentation as we go. Also, at the end, you'll have access to my LinkedIn and my email, and I can share the presentation, and I'll also send it over to Eva, and she can share if that's easier. So the first place I want to start is, what are your raising capital options? First of all, we are generally accustomed to 2 or 3 types of capital raising. In the US, we tend to have a larger and broader range of investments that we're able to make. And we're also able to gain capital in various methods. These methods are not generally known to people outside of the US market, and even here, they aren't as much talked about. So I'm just going to quickly run through them, and then I prepared slides for all of you so that you have a better understanding of what each of that means. First of all, we start our entrepreneurial journey with the bootstrapping phase. So we're bootstrapping, which means that we are taking money from our own investments and our own savings, ours and our founding partners, in order to start funding the concept phase of this company. Then we would lead ourselves into the friends and family, where we're asking our friends and family to make an investment in us so that we can continue growing and expanding. Something that I want to stress very clearly here, and I hope you all take notes, is in the friends and family round is when you should start thinking about putting together a contract that's going to really solidify the relationship of that money. What do I mean by that? So when you are taking money from your grandma, your sister, your uncle, your aunt, they're giving to you for that money out of goodwill. But the whole point of your company is for it to be a multi-million-dollar success. And we all know that when money comes to play, then in the future, you're going to have issues with how that money was translated. What did that money mean? So did your grandmother give you that money as a gift? Or was that money given to you as a loan? Or was it given to you in the future with hope that that person would receive a chunk of your company? By putting together a very, very simple contract, you will be able to really understand how that money is given to you. And then you can agree or disagree on receiving it. The next step, which is actually something that is more popular in Europe than it is in the US, is access to grants and public funds. Grants are given out by something like the European Union Commissions. They're given out in Poland through like the PFR, the NCBR. But in the US, we see this more on like a government level where it's given out by states or larger institutions that are looking to expand on a certain subject, such as Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble. They will give out grants in exchange for ideas. I'm going to just quickly run through the next ones on this slide because I prepared more information for you. Angel investors, venture capital, family office, equity crowdfunding, traditional bank loans, and debt financing. So, what are angel investors? In the US, we call these accredited investors. These are individuals who have a net worth of at least $1 million. They are clearly checked by the SEC, which is the Securities and Exchange Commission, which helps to make sure and ensure for entrepreneurs that the investor has a clear conscience, that they don't have a criminal record, and that they also have not been in trouble with the SEC in the past. We want to ensure that any investment that anyone is making in our company is an investment that we should be taking and that makes sense for us. We don't want to have a problem in the future because, as we know, investors become part of our family. They become part of our founding team. So we have to make sure that whoever is in our team is a person we can trust. The thing about angel investors, is that they can make investment in whomever at whatever time. They don't have a timeline of when they need to spend their money. They can make one investment a year. They can make 10 investments a year. But the downside to angel investing is that their cap table is much smaller. So they're using their personal net worth to make an investment. That net worth can be at $1 million. It could be $10 million. The next capital raise option we have is venture capital, also known as VC. And VCs, I'll explain a little bit more about how VCs function. So VCs are technically funds of funds. These are dollars that are raised through LPs, lead partners, to ensure that they can build a general fund that will have one investment thesis. So similar to you as an entrepreneur, you're going to go out and you're going to want to raise capital. In order to build a fund, same thing happens. Investors seek other investors who are looking to take their cash flow and put it into a larger fund. With VCs, they have a trajectory of 3 to 5 years generally to spend the money that's raised, and they have 10 years for the completion of that fund. And the beautiful thing about using VCs is that they have a larger reach in capital, so their cap table is much higher, and the expertise in their network is very broad. So they're able to connect you further than just with the dollars. Similar to angel investors, which the network actually is more valuable than the physical capital. Something that almost no one ever talks about is debt financing. So debt financing allows you to get financing that is not going to take away any equity or dilute your equity in the company. That is huge because majority of the time we are very skeptical on how we spend how we give away our equity. But the downside to debt financing is that your company has to have some type of significant cash flow or revenue in order to be able to leverage that. Or collateral in other forms where you can exchange collateral. And what happens with debt financing is that you can either repay that with shares in your company, or it can be repaid as an interest loan. The next one is family offices, also known as FAMOs. Family offices are something that we don't tap into readily even in the US, and they have an incredible backing. So what is a family office? A family office is run by a management team that invests money on behalf of one or a group of very wealthy individuals. Think Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg forming a group together and then having management partners run that fund for them using personal money. The amazing thing about FAMOs is that they really do value discretion, but they also have an indefinite fund life and no investment horizon. What does that really mean? So if you're a company who's developing something in a market that has to have a lot of IPs, that is very saturated, or is very, oh my gosh, I just lost the word. But it's a market that is highly tapped into and there's a lot of discretion involved. Using a family office is going to really ensure that your product stays under the radar. Indefinite fund life means that the fund is not going to be run similar to a VC where it has 3 to 5 years to invest and 10 years to spend that money. What it does is it has 100 years to spend that money, and the money keeps being added as the families or groups of families continue gaining wealth. And with no investment horizon, meaning that when they make an investment as a family office, they're not specifically searching for a deadline on the ROI, which is the return on investment. So if they, for instance, invest in a cancer drug, which is something that is domain specific for a lot of family offices, they tend to invest in things that are very close to heart to them personally, because this is their personal money. Then, if it's a cancer drug, they're not going to be looking down your hands and making sure that you're so far in your clinical trials for them to make a return on their investment. To them, what can matter more is the research and the advancements in research that happen over the dollar amounts that are actually accumulated from that company. But what is the downside to family offices is that they tend to invest in later stage companies, so companies that are generating revenue. Again, that's not in all cases, but that seems to be a similar MO throughout the family office history. And then there's something called equity crowdfunding. For me, this is something that's revolutionary. This has really taken effect here in the US after 2016. We have really been focusing in the US on allowing an individual to be able to become an investor regardless of their accumulated wealth, which, if you remember, you have to be an accredited investor to become an angel. What happens in equity crowdfunding, and I've done this myself, is you're able to look at a platform and make investments that are as low as $50 in companies that might have something interesting going on. For us startups, what is good about equity crowdfunding is that it does two things. Equity crowdfunding is not like Kickstarter. So Kickstarter allows you to put your product on a marketplace and see how many you can sell, which allows you to see your MVP, your minimal viable product. What is your customer? What are they looking for? And how quickly can you tap the market? With equity crowdfunding, you're doing two things at one time. Not only are you earning equity, so you're earning capital in order to continue investing in your company, but at the same time, you're also gaining that MVP, that minimal viable product. So you're seeing how many people are interested in this particular industry, in this product, and are willing to put money into it in order to help it expand. A company that we at Skybrook have partnered with is Republic. The reason we actually partnered with them is because of their great diversity. So they strive to have more than 50% of founders on their platform that are female. And they also look at funding people from all over the world. And since we work in Central and Eastern Europe, and this model is very new in that region, we want to make sure that we actually bring this to market so that more and more startups have access to a multitude of areas to gain capital. The thing about equity crowdfunding is that anyone can become an angel investor. So it's angel investment merged with crowdfunding. It gives all investors the access to vetted startups. The great thing about Republic for us as investors is that it only allows 1% of applicants to be listed on the platform. But for startups, what's amazing is the startups that actually can make it to the platform have an over 91% success rate. So they're able to complete their entire round using crowdfunding platform. So we went through all the capitals. We went through all the accesses that we have and the different ways we can access that capital. But how and when do we access it? Because at different areas, different things are available to us. And this is something I recommend you screenshot because it's very good to just have in the background as an entrepreneur. You want to know that which area your company is in and where to seek that capital. On this slide, you'll see valuation milestones. This we can spend a little more time on. So the valuation milestone will help you to understand where you are, if you see on top, the stages, which will help you to understand which stage you're in to be able to gain this type of capital. So in our first round, in our friends and family, which is even pre-seed, we are at $0 in revenue. We are looking to build our team. So we are a single team. We want to have a co-founder. We want to have development. And we're testing our MVP, about $1,000 in monthly recurring revenue. We have customer validation, MVP, which is our minimal viable product validation, and building an improved product. So continuously we're improving on this product. Then we reached the 10,000 monthly revenue area where we are now bridging between pre-seed and seed. We are building our customer acquisition channels. We have a proof of concept, and we already have a product that fits the market. Once we reach our Series A, we have pretty much proven our product because we're now able to make about $100,000 a month in revenue. But we have to understand how to scale this product. We have to understand the market we're in and the markets we want to go to. And as we continue along, our company is reaching the $1 million mark, but we're constantly evolving and reiterating our product to make sure that it fits the current market's demands, it meets our current customer demands, and we're also looking at new revenue streams that we can add to our company. And here is a good chart. Also, you can screenshot. This is something we did with Republic. This is our valuation overview. So this is very critical when you are building your presentations and you're presenting to investors. You can see what rounds you're looking to invest in, and then you can see where your company should be in revenue and in valuation in order to secure a certain round of funding. So now we've gone over all of the aspects of raising capital, different ways and different markets we can tap. But we oftentimes will, in any stage of our company, we will have investors be part of our matrix. And the number one thing is, when you're working with an investor, it's two-sided. First is, what is the most important stuff to an investor in order for him or her or a group of people to make an investment in you? And the first question we have to ask ourselves, if we were on the front of an investor, is, can we be a multi-million-dollar company together? Remember the word together. Anything having to do with investors, these people become part of your team. As I mentioned before, you want to make sure that their initiatives, whatever they're working on in their personal and professional lives, align with you. So thinking from an investor's perspective, the first thing an investor wants to know is about your product. So how revolutionary is your product? Does it fit? What market does it tackle? How will it really revolutionize the space? What is in that market space within that product? And how will we make money? The next thing about that is our co-founding team. So think about your product from a standpoint of a piece of paper. So you sat in a restaurant with your friend, you mapped out your idea on a napkin, and it's revolutionary, incredible, you want to sell it. That's kind of what you're presenting to an investor when you're in your pre-seed and seed rounds. You're presenting to them an idea that has not come to fruition. It's an idea that's sitting in your head, it's sitting in your co-founder's head. It's really hasn't found a home. So, but an investor is still willing to invest, right? We're still able to raise capital at this point. So what does an investor really get to look at? What an investor is really, really, really looking at is the co-founding team. They're really looking to see how you interact with each other, with the investor, how you are developing the product, what your positioning is in the company, your expertise. They're looking to see if you can build a company together. Because remember, after you build the product, you're going to have to build a company. There's going to be people you support, people you pay. There's going to be customers you need to service. Just having a great product does not mean that you're going to be successful. It's all the parts that come together that really envision success for an investor. So the investor wants to know, how big is this market? And what is your plan of action for growth? What that also entails is, are you sitting in just one market? Are you in a local market, which is the next point, which is knowledge of your market? Are you going to be looking to expand into foreign markets? And that foreign market might be Germany, that foreign market might be the US, or it might be China. That market does not need to be next door to you. But while you're building out your company and your end plan, you have to understand where you will be generating your revenue, and understanding the markets that you're going to be going to. Very, very different. Has a different approach. So we need to know, an investor needs to know how you will approach each market and how will they make money off that. Another thing an investor is extremely interested in is the competitive advantage, which is your IP. Now, the misconception oftentimes, especially in foreign markets and American investors, is that you need to transfer your IP to the US, and it has to be an American company in order for an investor to make an investment. And that is far from the truth. We need to align with investors that meet what we are looking for. It is an advantage to us to move our company to the US if we see that in this market with this access, we're able to make a bigger impact. But you generally don't need to move your IP. We see this oftentimes with healthcare. In healthcare, we're developing drugs or solutions or technologies, and they're being asked to transfer their IP into the US for absolutely no reason. The only time you want to transfer your IP, and I'm not speaking from a legal perspective, But the only time we see from an investment perspective that you should transfer your IP is if you're working with another founding team in the US and you are both collaborating and building the product together. Then the IP law in the US will protect you further. The investors also want to know what types of relationships have you built. So how well do you know your market? How well do you know other investors and other entrepreneurs in this space that could help you grow? The other thing that's extremely important at this moment and what investors are looking for is if you're willing to pivot. Now, what does this mean? In today's market, COVID, for instance, we are seeing companies producing things that they have never in their life produced before. One example is a shampoo company in the US that has chemicals and products available to them to create sanitary disinfecting goods. And having a conversation with them, it's a $10 billion industry. They said, well, not only are we using our plants and our production lines to produce hair care products, but we're also producing products for the general population to be used during COVID. And that is what pivoting means, is are you willing to adjust to the current market conditions in order to serve the current market? Also, pivoting means that as you're growing, are you identifying new needs and potentially new products that you could produce with your current solutions that will either help you be profitable earlier or that you can slightly modify to create a new market for yourself? So investors are always looking to see how flexible are you in this whole process without losing your identity. And then the next phase is presentation and deck. After you create all of the above, you need to put that into a compelling presentation and deck that's going to help captivate the attention of an investor. What is different in all markets is how this presentation needs to look. What you need to do is think about the market that you're tapping into to get an investment and then build your presentation and deck around that. You at one point will have more than 100 decks prepared for your investors. For every investor, the deck needs to be slightly amended and changed so that it speaks to the person that you're giving it to. It needs to be relatable because you only get those 5 minutes of time that the investor will take to look at your presentation before they pick up the phone or write you an email. It could just as easily be a deleted email. So you have to make sure that your presentation and your deck are aligned with the thesis of the investor. But on the flip side, you also need to know who your investor is. Always, 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 always remember, your company was started with a mission, a vision, and its own values. You as entrepreneurs have thought about your company and about what it stands for and what you can offer from day one. You don't want to work with someone that is throwing money at you, that is forcing you to change that identity and change your product. You want to work with investors, angels, VCs, and a network that is going to align with you. It's going to align with your product, that understands your product, identifies with you, and understands your market and potential. Most importantly, you want to make sure that you're working with an investor who has a strong network, a network that will align with the growth of your company. It is actually more valuable to you as an entrepreneur to have access to a good network, a network that can help you not only get new customers, hire good teams, create larger sales, than actually receiving $100,000 in capital. Because what $100,000 can do is not the same thing that a large network of individuals who are backing you can do for you. Most importantly, though, please remember to do your due diligence. An investor will do a background check on you. They will check to make sure that you have the credentials you say you have. They will make sure to check your criminal record. They will check their resources. But you as an entrepreneur have the same access and abilities. And it would only benefit you if you did your own due diligence process. This will help to protect your product and to protect the future of your company. I'll give you a small example so that you can easily identify with this. During the building of an airport application that I was on the co-founding team, a person approached us and said, we would like to help you and we are going to help you gain investment, but in the form of you paying us capital or cash. And mind you, today I work in a similar business where I help entrepreneurs get into new markets, raise capital. We do this on a very strict retainer process because we want to make sure that all the lines are transparent and the entrepreneurs and us feel very comfortable with working with each other. We established that from the beginning, and all the companies we work with understand this process. Working with this gentleman who had approached us, he said, you need to give me 10% of X, 20% of Y, and it just became very blurred. So what I did, and it was actually a big fight between my co-founder and I, is I did my due diligence. I said, you know, he's putting so much pressure saying he's going to connect us to people, and he dropped names like Richard Gere, Mark Zuckerberg, which didn't even align with us. But okay, anyone can say anybody's name. And I started to do my due diligence, and he kept putting pressure and pressure, like tomorrow the money will run out and tomorrow the money will be gone. And right away I knew that that is not, first of all, even if the money did run out and I needed it so desperately, it's not the person that I want to work with. They are already putting pressure on me in areas that I don't want to be pressured. So we kindly actually walked away from the deal. And my co-founder, it took her 1 month to get over it. And when after hearing horror stories from other entrepreneurs, she literally called and said, I'm extremely sorry. I should have also done my due diligence. But at that moment, we could have lost the entire company, and we could have actually hurt other investors that were a part of our company at that point. So doing your due diligence is not only going to protect you, it's going to protect other investors in your company and the people that work for you. So currently, we have all types of market challenges, and we are experiencing a time in the world that is going to shift the whole global economy. It already has shifted, but the way that the entrepreneurial market is going to be going forward is going to be very different. Market challenges that have always existed. So we know that the 3 strongest markets for the entrepreneurial landscape are Asia, the European Union, and the US. Each of these markets and the entrepreneurs and investors, they behave differently. In a comparison, because we are a US-based company and we work mainly with US investors, the challenges that we see between European investment market and the US is that first and foremost, in the US, we have 5 times that amount of capital available for investment than that is available in the European Union. So that is where the US leads, because we just have the funding available to make investments. The downside to that is that here in the US, we have such a vast amount of startups that are looking for capital that it's hard for entrepreneurs from the European Union or investors from the US to meet, because it's very diluted here. But the benefit to European companies and US investors is that here the market is so saturated, as I mentioned, that by the time investors or smaller funds are looking to make an investment in a company that is hot, they're already out of the game. Whereas in the European market, they have access to incredible solutions, incredible technologies at smaller valuations, and they still have not been invested in. So that's a huge benefit. That's something to think about as a European entrepreneur, is that if your product is very revolutionary, it's just a little bit of digging around, but you'll get there with with some type of US funding. The next thing is that European fund sizes are smaller. So even if there are funds like fund of funds or venture capital, those fund values are much smaller. So they can only make they actually make smaller amounts of investments and smaller dollar amounts. The challenging part in the European Union is that for later stage companies, there's a significant lack of capital. So there are the grants, there are the funds that are created, friends and family. But when we are going into our Series A and beyond, we're seeing that that's where the most amount of capital lacks. And in Europe, because of the lack of capital and the lack of availability to money, VCs tend to be more risk averse. So they're looking to make more proven, quote unquote, investments than they would have if they had more money. So right now with COVID and everything that's happening, what we're often asked, what is happening? What has changed in this market? And what has changed is that pretty much right after everything went into lockdown, end of March, beginning of April, we saw huge drops in valuations. So anywhere from 30 to 50%. Now, that has a negative connotation on the entrepreneur. What it did positive to the venture capital market and for angels is that the market really corrected itself. So for the last few years, and I would say the last 10 years, we've just seen a steady incline in valuations. And the value of some of these investments was astronomical. And that didn't make sense to a lot of investors, but if they wanted to get into a hot product, they needed to make these investments. So they were actually wasting, more money than they could have. So for investors, it's good because the markets became a little healthier. And for entrepreneurs, they need now to become a little more resourceful. So what we saw from pretty much the beginning is that current funds that had invested in startups were helping to bridge the next round. So if a company came to them that they had already invested in 10 million and needed another million to be able to make it without raising a round, or they are not able to raise, that was actually more prevalent in the marketplace. And funds were actually helping with bridging that round. But for entrepreneurs, what needed to be done is they really need to look at their current financial stake and help that money stretch out pretty much into the middle of 2021. We don't know what's going to happen. The US markets are very volatile. International markets are volatile. And investors are skeptical, but they have to spend money. So it's not like the money doesn't exist. We just have to make sure that we can make that money last longer. And the largest downside to COVID is that as entrepreneurs, if we haven't adapted to the current market conditions and we didn't prioritize the sensitivity of the market and the economy, it was actually looked at very negatively from an investment standpoint, and investors were not really happy to invest money into companies that weren't adapting. But what hasn't changed? I mean, there are things that change and things that don't change. As I mentioned earlier, funds are run through regular fund managers, but they have bosses on top of them, and those bosses are their LPs, which are their limited partners. If this fund raised $10 million, $100 million last year with a trajectory of making investments within the next 3 to 5 years, and this year they stop making investments, well, their limited partners are saying, well, you have the money. So why aren't you making the investment? We gave you the money. Your job is to invest. Find a way to invest. So they have a due diligence and they have a responsibility to their bosses, their LPs, to be able to make these investments. But now with smaller valuations, what funds have is more money to be able to make more deals. So if, let's say, a company was raising 10 million and now their valuation has decreased and they're only raising 5 million, and them as fund managers, they were prepared to make this $10 million investment, they now have an extra $5 million that they can make an investment in another company. The next thing is investments in relative sectors have drastically increased. So if we're looking at the healthcare landscape, obviously, both in Europe and in the US, the market has significantly changed. And if you're adapting, then there's a lot of investment available for you. And most important is that best investments are made in moments of crisis. During times like COVID or global situations like had happened 10 years ago during the Great Recession that we had, we came out with one of the most amazing solutions that were available. And those solutions are the multi-million-dollar unicorns that we're seeing today. So we just have to take the market opportunities. How is everything changing? Think about real estate. Think about how people work. Do they work from home? How can your product change their life? People are starting their own businesses and are creating new impacts. And that's where you're going to see huge opportunities that have actually come from the positive angle of COVID. And that pretty much wraps up our presentation. But what I wanted to share with all of you, because I know this is a global virtual conference today, are 2 resources that I would say are irreplaceable for anyone that is an entrepreneur, that wants to be an entrepreneur, and is actually an existing business owner. The first thing is what I call the Entrepreneurial Bible. It's Venture Deals, and this is a book written by Brad Feld. It's already on its 4th or 5th edition. This book is literally your holy grail. In there is an explanation on term sheets, on types of investments, how to speak to investors. It's absolutely dissected the entire entrepreneurial and venture process. And then the other great thing that we have in the US, and I did double check, and it is available on YouTube. We have a show called Shark Tank, and I hope that some of you have watched it. It's going to help you create your pitch. It's going to help you understand how to negotiate and how investors interact with entrepreneurs. Because many times, especially if you have a strong product, you'll see up to 100 different investors before you start getting some type of investment. That's why I said you'll have hundreds of decks created for that purpose. Once you watch a show like Shark Tank, you'll be able to see how 5 or 6 investors at one given time are taking apart a company and what matters the most to each investor, which really goes back to understanding your investments. So that wraps it up for today. I hope that it has been very educational for you. As I said, I'm very willing to share my presentation with you if you haven't screenshotted it. Here in this slide, you have my email, you have my LinkedIn, and you can feel free to message me on there. Both my business partner and I are available for any types of conversations you might have, and if we could lead you in the right direction, we definitely will. So thank you guys so much. And now if we have any questions, I will definitely open it to that. All right, so I'm just gonna see what you guys wrote here. So Emmanuel, I see that you wrote on here. If you share your email with me, or you have or you jotted down my email, please just email me and I'll send you the presentation today. It'll help you. And if there's any resources, Aisling, I'm so happy to see you on here. So if anyone has any questions, we still have about 15 minutes left for us. Or there's another topic that you would like me to discuss, I'm more than happy to continue chatting with you. No, no one else has any questions? Go ahead.
Oh, I can see that we have some questions. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you a lot for the presentation, because it was great and full of content. So I was telling everyone that it will be full of content, because I knew that, knowing you. So thank you for that. And we have some questions. What's the name of the book?
Yeah. So I put it in there. It's called Venture Deals by Brad Feld. Here we can find it on Amazon. I'm not sure globally, but it is on Amazon.
Oh, Kaya is sharing her feedback. Presentation was so brilliant and insightful that everything is clear. By the way, best name ever. Oh, Angela, when is the best moment to reach US market?
That's a great question. Actually, Eva had asked me this on Tuesday when we were preparing. So it's great, actually. It's a great question, because when we're looking at companies from a global perspective, so we personally at Skybrook, we don't only work with US or Central and Eastern Europe, we can work globally. The solution that we have for working or understanding the US market is when you're developing your product, let's say we'll use Poland as an example. Poland is too small for you to become a global conglomerate. So when you're developing your company and your thesis, think about Poland as your minimal viable product. So you're developing in your local market to really understand what your consumer is looking for, how they're going to react, so you can take those learnings and enter a foreign market. You can start thinking about a foreign market such as the US, France, Germany, as early as in your concept stage, because this is going to be part of your financial model. So you'll see your growth plan based on that. How you look at investments is you figure out the investment that fits the best for you at any given time. So it's kind of like a puzzle. Wherever you are in the game, you figure out when is the best time to search what kind of an investor. But when it comes to reaching the US market, I would say that if your company, I just saw, I forgot the name, but in Poland, there is a company that was just created that sells vintage clothing online. We have the same concept in the US, it's called Poshmark. This concept already exists. So this company, if their goal is to come into a foreign market, they have to research what is available here and how their product will differentiate themselves, and vice versa. So as long as you look at the foreign market and you're constantly reiterating to be able to enter globally, you can enter at any time that you feel comfortable.
Yeah, great. What I'm thinking, best option is to start after EU market, or do it at the same time?
I agree. I think that you can start building in European market and continue growing globally. The only thing is just consistently look at what is happening in the marketplace and how your product is relevant to that. There are certain products, and I will say, like a company from Poland reached out to us and said that they have a platform that uses people pay each other via wire to sell product. That kind of product wouldn't work in that form in the US market because of regulations, and it wouldn't work here because people don't exchange currency in that form. Everything done is through one platform. But that platform can exist here because it makes sense. It's just how you reiterate it. So don't think that your product, the way that it fits in Poland, is going to fit perfectly in the way it does in the US, but it could still be the same product with just different reiterations. Okay, what's the next question?
What's your piece of advice to entrepreneurs who want to start international at a time when they have not started selling their products at home?
Yes, Emmanuel. So I believe that, as I mentioned before, I think that if you're planning to be a global company, then your local market is your MVP, your minimal viable product. You develop for that local market and you test in that market with the expectation that you will take this product globally. But if you're always looking at it from a perspective as going international, then remember just to think about that product as a global product instead of a local problem. So in your current market, there might be a problem that isn't a problem in another market. So just make sure that your product can fit different solutions in different markets.
I think it might be the other way around. Your product might be dedicated to a different market, but for example, in your local market, this is not a problem.
Sometimes we see products and it's not a problem here, and then it's vice. So it really, you just want to make sure that wherever you're positioning yourself, there's a need for it. And in many cases, we get asked the question like, do I have to be a US company? And absolutely not. It's only if you feel that your product can fit this market and you've done the due diligence, and then if you want, we can also do the due diligence to check if it really fits here. If it doesn't fit, then I say try another market. There are so many countries in the world that might need a solution or a product that is not necessarily needed in the US, right? So we all deal with different challenges.
It's a beauty of the world.
Perfect, right? We can find a home anywhere.
In your presentation, you mentioned knowing your investors is important. We find it difficult to build trust with the investors. What's your take on that?
So investors are cold. They see 20 presentations a day. So you're just one person. What happens is in the process of building your company, you're thinking about which investor aligns. So you have to first research the funds. If you're going for a VC, look at the VC and see what kind of entrepreneurs they invested in. They look at the companies they invested in, the size of those investments. Angel investors, same thing. You have to make sure you understand and you know the person you're reaching out to has an understanding of your market. Then find out something personal. I've met investors where I knew that they played tennis and I played tennis. I knew the club they played at because I did a little Google research. And then we sat down and we had a conversation. And I always start from a personal side then before I do work. And many times I even encourage my entrepreneurs that they have to wait 2-3 meetings before they sell their product. Create a relationship, make that very personal, have a conversation. Even if you're having a conversation with a client, make sure you're leading from a personal side first, because you create the relationship. Once that person feels comfortable in your presence, then they will feel comfortable on having, a potential investment in your company.
Especially in Asia.
Yes.
There is no business unless you create this personal relation. So sometimes you just spend a few days just talking about everything else, but not about the business, and then you can start a serious talk.
I mean, I would spend, you're very right, because I would spend 5 weeks in Asia, and first 2 weeks was a vacation, just to make sure we go to the casino, we go have a drink. I'm like, I can't do this. But 2 weeks of just massaging. But after that, they feel that you are one of them. And especially if you're a foreigner, if you're, let's say, a woman going into China, there's not that many women in business in China. So first you have to break one barrier, and then you break the second one. So you just knock those walls down. And I even hear from my mentors that when I come on a call, the first thing I need to do is, how is your family? How are you feeling? How is your day? What is your company doing? Then a person feels like you actually care. If you just come in and say, hey, here's my presentation, this is why I need $10 million. Okay, that's nice.
this is about cultural differences, because it's some of the countries are collectivistic and some of them individualistic, and it's this different way of doing. Some of them are just business, or it's a business orientation, and some of them is a relational orientation. So this is really interesting topic, and also it's good to do your homework before you start to work with investor from different country, because it's really like just. Especially in Asia, like I used to work with Japan a lot, and the rules are totally different, and also everything matters. Even when you are on the casual meeting and there is alcohol and you just have a toast with some people, you need to be careful to know not bring your glass higher, that somebody who is more important for you in the hierarchy, or you should show your respect. So you need to be careful even in this, and this is really important, who sit where. The most important person should sit the farthest from the door. So it's really like a different story, but it's good to be prepared.
I mean, Eva and I were talking, it was like, even from an educational perspective. For me in the US, we don't look at business plans. We look at presentations and decks. In Europe, business plans are still very popular. So if you're a US startup and you want an investment from a business owner or an investor in Europe, you need to create a business plan. You also need to respect their education. Is their education, their title, very important? In the US, we don't start with PhDs and MSBs or MBAs. We don't do that. But that doesn't mean that that's correct or not correct. In Germany or in Poland, as we had spoken, it's very important. It's the way that you start the conversation. And as for me, I thought it was a little bit arrogant at first because I'm like, I don't care. I just want to know the product or what we're doing. But it matters in that market. And if I want to work there and be respected and be respectful, you have to understand that. So those are very, very important things, like Eva mentioned, and passing a business card in China, right? You pass it with 2 hands. You don't pass it with one. It's the very, very little things, but very important. So
and you need to be careful to not write down on the business card. Because in Asia, your business card is treated as your face. So you just cannot to take it and put to your pocket. You need to put it to your wallet or to your case for a business cards, or put on the table in front of you during the meeting, and you just cannot write down anything on it, because it's like you are writing down something on somebody's face. So it's really, and also the really interesting topic is the orientation, because some cultures are oriented in the past, some countries on the present, and some countries on the future. And also, if you are talking with investors, it's good to know that you should highlight that, oh, we are on the market for 10 years, but we are pivoting now and we need some money, is a tradition there. And or if you are talking with somebody oriented, future oriented, you just can highlight, okay, our plans for 15 years are this. So those cultures are, for example, Scandinavia, Germany, or also Japan is oriented to the future. In US is more like a transaction. Are we going to do the business or no? It's just okay. There are some nobody will talk to you like, oh, you will have a profit in 10 years from this business. So yeah. And we have another question, Kaya. It's a lot of great comments for you. How would you approach raising capital if you have an enterprise product and sales cycles are long?
So an enterprise product tends to actually get invested much more than so SaaS platforms, they get invested more than any other platforms at the current moment. If your sales cycles are long, you need to have a longer trajectories for your money to last longer. So when you're building out your financial model and you're raising capital, you just need to make sure that you have money that will last you that 3 or 4 years. If you have longer sales cycles, you can look into, if you're looking at it from a perspective of pre-seed, seed, or Series A, you will have to go to the traditional route of raising. But once you're an enterprise product that is revenue generating and you have longer sales cycles, I would look into factoring. We do that more here in the US than I think anywhere else. But for your types of products, if you already have a sales contract, you can factor that and you'll get 90% of your invoice paid up front, which helps you continue running your company. And this is where I would say it's something similar to debt financing, where you give up 1% of your sales in order to be financed 99% almost instantly. And that really helps. If you're an early stage company, then you have to follow the traditional cycle, but you just need to have more padding in. So if you're looking to raise 3 million, make sure that you raise 5 so that it helps you last longer throughout the process. And then we have one more, right?
What would you suggest for company having several products? It's better to concentrate on the only one product or present portfolio of product?
So I would say focus on one product. Find your core product. Find the product that is the core of your business. And when you're building out your model, so when you're raising capital for what? You're raising capital for projects. So if it's for the growth of your cell phone service and you're also selling applications and other things, you're raising capital for that one project. So are you raising capital for applications? Then you have to note that. And then as well, when you are building your financial model, you're putting in there how you're generating revenue and which areas of your business are at what percentage. So is it that there's a business part that takes 90% of your business and the remaining are 10% and they're dissected? Then your focus of your business is that 90%, although you still have 10% of revenue coming from other sources. So you just have to be very aligned and know exactly what focus. It's all about focus for your investors. They just want to know that you know exactly what product you're building, what your timelines are, when they'll see a return on their investment, and as you continue growing, what kind of products will you be bringing so that company is continuously evolving. But it's not wrong to have a lot of products. It's just your focus at the given moment.
Yeah, thank you, Kaya. It was great presentation and also some conversation right after. Thank you for participating in the session. Yeah, and now I'm inviting you all to join the networking on our virtual platform. I will share the link in the comment. And also we will have the session at 8. It will be a roundtable about future of tourism and travel. We will have 3 amazing guests to take part in the conversation. It will happen here, so I'm inviting all of you. And now let's go to have some networking. Thank you, Kaya, one more time. Thank you. Bye.
Down to the ground truth of what the unmet needs are, to hopefully spark some great ideas with all of you who are tuning in. So welcome to everybody who's on the call. Let's get to it. So Betsy, let's start with tell us about Procter & Gamble, how P&G as a company are looking towards the future.
Excellent. So it's probably helpful to have a little bit of a backdrop to know that within each one of our business units, we have a focus on upstream innovation. So what are the always on top of what the consumer needs and kind of moving in that direction. So that's a critical piece of every one of our business units. What's a little bit different in ventures is that we're focused on building businesses and categories where P&G doesn't already compete. So, for sure, everyone is focused on the age consumer as it is, whether that's our hair care business or our laundry business. It's a universal priority for the company. But within ventures, we've been really focusing on understanding kind of what's emerging. And there's probably no better time to have this conversation as we're all acutely aware of what it is that we need to do those activities of daily living in our homes when you don't have a lot of access. And so our focus right now is sort of continued focus on what's happening in the aging space, but also what does this particular time in the world inform in terms of where we go from here.
Beautiful. So help us understand this redefining aging at home. What was the strategic mindset that helped you craft that? What is it that you're looking for? How do you,
Yeah, so when you look at this space, and as we started to really do an exploratory, what you find is that about 95% of people who we are trying to serve are actually living at home. But the bulk of the innovation that is happening in this space is really more institutionally focused. And not that work doesn't need to be done, but your design criteria is very different when you're looking to solve problems in an institutional environment than when you're looking to serve the consumer at home. And as you think about cost optimization and things like that are sort of typical components of trying to serve an institutional environment, sometimes you don't have that focus on kind of both caregiver and the person in the home and how it is that they need to do those activities and what are the things that enable them to stay home. So as we have focused on what are the areas that P&G Ventures is uniquely looking at in the active aging space, we've really tried to pick apart what are the things that come unraveled, what are the events that happen that prevent us from being able to age, to have the choice to age where we want to age. And so that has very much informed what the areas or pain points that we're looking at today.
Okay, so we'll dig into each of those pain points in a moment. What I'd love to do first, though, is talk a little bit about your process. So you're the commercial discovery leader. You're out there scanning the globe. In the before times, you have been hopping on planes and going around. Right?
I wouldn't have been in this office.
Right. Exactly. So what are you looking for? What's a qualified lead? At what stage is an idea interesting to you? So help us understand what you're looking for.
Yeah. So we're pretty agnostic to stage. It's not our number one criteria. Our process really starts with understanding who will be consuming and how they will consume. We do deep dives into, what are the jobs that need to be done to solve a particular pain point. So we as a company are just laser focused on the consumer and making sure that we are solving the problem at hand. And so it starts with understanding really what's the technical challenge? Why has a particular problem not been solved to the consumer satisfaction? So that's kind of where we start. And that deep understanding then takes us to looking for technologies that fit our business models. So we're a fast-moving consumables company. That doesn't mean that digital solutions might not be interesting or relevant, or you might not have a device or something else that solves the problem. But our core business, of course, is fast-moving consumables. So that's the take that we have on it. And then there are other criteria. we're not in the prescription business, so we're looking at, you know, kind of things that you can buy every day in local stores and online. And probably the most important component of that is really delivering something that has consumer noticeable superiority. So when we go out and look for technology and we're assessing the strength of that technology, the first question is, you know, is there a consumer wow? Is something happening here where the consumer is saying, yeah, this actually solves the problem better than anything I've ever tried before? And those are the places where we're really interested.
So I want to dig into that a little bit. So I love this phrase that you have, this notion that the products or solutions need to be novel and superior, right? I love that it sets that bar. So if for the entrepreneurs who are on the call right now, and for those who wish to collaborate with you, what is the proof point that they need to show up with? And how much data, how many pilot tests, like help us understand when it crosses a threshold of interestingness for you? Because some of those, to try to get some of that data and some of those pilots, those are expensive journeys. So how much feedback do you need before you'll actually start to engage?
You know, we're pretty flexible. Obviously, the further along you are in the journey of proving that something has real proven efficacy, the easier it is for us to envision a business, right? And so that's, you know, I guess human nature. But I'd back up to say, you know, I think we're looking for evidence. And when I talked about understanding the technical challenge, you know, sort of why do we lose our mobility? Why do we lose our balance? What are the things that are happening in our bodies that cause that, you know, that cause that to happen? When you start to kind of get to that level of understanding, there is, you know, there are mechanisms that simply make sense for how you solve something. So oftentimes that's all we start with. That's all we start with is, you know what, kitchen logic, this makes sense. The science makes sense that this could be a solution. And sometimes the entrepreneur or inventor is further along in being able to prove that out. And sometimes we do that together.
And you have vast resources of scientists and labs and so forth to help the entrepreneur on some of that, right? So it would be okay if they had early proof, maybe maybe a focus group or some feedback, and now we want to take it into more scientific rigor. That's something that P&G could help with.
Yeah, absolutely. And most people who partner with us do so. Certainly there are areas where it is difficult to come by money. So I don't want to over generalize, but usually money is not much of a differentiator. What is the differentiator for partnering with Procter & Gamble Ventures is the just unbelievable resources, whether your challenges in brand building or understanding the consumer or in logistics or supply chain, manufacturing, distribution, whatever it is that you're trying, regulatory, whatever it is that you are trying to get done. Generally, people are attracted to partnering with P&G not only because of the potential to make a really huge brand and a huge, impact on society, but also because the resources that we are able to unleash onto to whatever it is you need to accelerate your business.
So, and I love too that you have the depth of resources and the breadth, the reach, the geographic reach, right? So P&G is a global brand. So talk us through, again, as you go out there and scout, how do you look at what's working in different parts of the world or different cultures or contexts? And how do you then figure out how that may or may not work in different settings, with different insurance landscapes or different family landscapes or healthcare system landscapes? So how do you then go through that part of your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, one of the nice things about working with a global company and for a global company is that those resources exist in every market. And so whenever we're looking to expand into a new market, we have experts on the ground who can help us with regulatory or distribution or whatever it is that is the key sort of next step. Again, pretty agnostic in terms of where the technology comes from. So all of our scouting effort is global. In fact, yesterday I was on the phone with somebody from Denmark. This morning with somebody from Israel. So we are, we are scouring the planet to find the best technologies. And because our our model is startup studio, but it's decentralized. You don't have to be in our offices in Cincinnati to take advantage of those resources. So wherever you are in the world, our team is able to work with you and help accelerate the business, and then understand if it's really got potential for P&G.
Love it. So I'm just going to pause for a moment. So we now have about 75 people tuning in. So welcome to everybody who's come in the last couple of minutes. We're talking with Betsy Bluestone, Commercial Discovery Leader for Procter & Gamble Ventures. And by all means, load up the chat with your questions. So we'd love to hear thoughts, anything that's lighting up for you, questions that you'd like us to weave into the conversation, because this session is really for all of you and your innovation journey. We want to help to amplify the great work that you're doing. So Betsy, I love that while we're sitting here talking about big businesses and category defining solutions, P&G Venture Studio really takes an entrepreneur-centric model. So tell us more about what that means. How does it feel like as an entrepreneur is working with you? What can they expect?
Yeah, I mean, our early conversation, so, we use this dating metaphor because I think it just works so brilliantly in this context. And so when we find new technology, or we find a business that we're really interested in, we start, kind of from the beginning in understanding what is the entrepreneur or inventor's journey, where are they in the development of their business, and what do they need? And so, this works when we bring together the best of the startup with the best of the big company. That's where the magic hits, and that's why we're so focused on external technology. Is there's so much to be gained by bringing the outside in to these businesses and to these problems that we're trying to solve. And so, what I think works really well is when we fully understand where the entrepreneur or inventor is in their journey, what it is that they need, and they understand what we're looking for. So what are the things that we're trying to prove out? Do we have that proof of efficacy that we're looking for, or that proof of superiority that we need? And if not yet, how do we get to that in a way that accelerates the business for the entrepreneur and accelerates our understanding of whether this is a business that we want to be in?
Nice. So Karen actually would then like to know, do you also work with academic partners?
We sure do.
Innovation? Okay, good.
Yes,
good.
we
Yeah,
sure
talk more
do.
about that, because I imagine somebody who's like doing some PhD research, right? Yeah. And digging into, as you say, the physiology changes in our bodies as we age, and getting to some of those seminal technical issues, but maybe not necessarily sees themselves as a full-up entrepreneur co-founding a business, but wants to participate in that process. How do you incorporate that?
Which is, I mean, you can't think of a better partnership there, right? When you've got somebody who's got the science, is focused on the data, likely is doing the work that gives you not only the understanding of the technical challenge, but also an understanding of kind of what the science can do to solve it. And then you marry that with a company that's really good at brand building and scaling businesses. It's a pretty good marriage. So we do a lot of work with universities and federal labs and all kinds of different organizations who are focused on the science. And then that really allows us to come in and bring some of the stuff that P&G can uniquely add to the mix.
Love it. Great. So I think now would be a good time then to dig into the actual focus areas around aging, because I'm seeing a lot of questions coming in around, what is the impact on social determinants of health, like loneliness and so forth. So if somebody has an idea that maybe a little further upstream to your target area, but has this downstream impact, like, is that interesting to you? So we're all trying to kind of go after this from the whole human perspective, right?
Yeah.
So, but let's dig in to the categories, right? So P&G is really interested in de-risking showering. What's going on there? What's interesting for you?
Yeah. So, I think if you think about all of the spaces that we're going to talk about, and for those of you that joined the call a little bit late, I was talking about this idea that is, what are the things that limit our choices on where we get to live, right? And so, as we age and you think about what are the events, the things that happen to us physically and mentally that cause us to not be able to stay in our homes if that's what we want to do. And so what we've done with Inventures is really understand what are those 5 or 6 triggers that most often cause somebody to have to change their living arrangement, and then understand what are the technical challenges to solving those problems. And so as we think about, you know, things like de-risking showering, you get to this understanding that falls are one of the key reasons why people aren't able to age in place. Not being able to care for yourself and do those activities of daily living, being able to take a shower and care for yourself. Those are some of the things that cause us to not be able to stay in place. So de-risking showering is so fascinating, because you would think, if you didn't know a lot about the subject, you would think that most of the falls are happening when people are getting into the shower or getting out of the shower. And what you learn is that there's this whole confluence of things that are happening that have to do with me bending over to pick things up, twisting my body, the fog in the shower combined with not great vision. These are all of the things that are impacting the safety of being able to bathe oneself. And so those are some of the things that we're looking at to try and understand, how do we de-risk that? How do we enable you to take care of yourself, or even with a caregiver to be able to help you so that you can stay where you want to stay or age where you want to stay.
Well, and I want to talk about that trigger, because one of the next topics is managing continence. And we work with a founder who's working on female incontinence solutions. And I think his data show that about 12 to 15 incidents, if you will, between a mom and her daughter who's taking care of her, about 12 to 15 incidents, and that triggers the intent to move to a nursing facility or outside the home care. So it's fascinating. Somebody's asking about data and analytics, like to understand like the triggers that then unfortunately might create like this cascading set of decisions but if you just solve that one problem, you wouldn't have to then bump into this new set of living arrangements. So I'd love to talk more about some of those triggers, because those are insights for where an innovator can solve.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think that this space is filled with tensions. And they're tensions, that we have within ourselves as we're aging, with the people that we live with, the people that are trying to care for us. And I do think that there are sort of tripping points, right, where you kind of go from everything was going fine, and then you leave the stove on, or you know what I mean. Like there are those things that happen that kind of trigger you into the needing a different solution, or those that care for you feeling like you need a different solution. And so in the incontinence area, this is such a complex problem. Dehydration is a massive problem. A huge cost.
I'm going to hydrate while we're talking.
Yes. A huge cost of healthcare, a huge problem in terms of the number of hospitalizations that happen because of dehydration. What are the reasons? There are 10 of them that are why hydration becomes such a problem as we age. Not the least of which is, if you are incontinent, you want to drink less, so that you don't have those problems. And so we've really, as we've been looking at this, trying to solve the problem in a way that is dignified. And yes, there are adult diapers and things like that, and I know that those are important businesses in a lot of different contexts. They're important for people, but there's this whole insight that is about, how do you give people more time, right? So when you feel like you have the urge to go to the bathroom, and you wake up in the middle of the night, how do you give yourself some time to kind of get your grounding, before you jump out of bed and you're disoriented and you slip and fall, or you have an accident, which then makes you fall, right? So these are all of these things that have kind of knock-on effects. So incontinence is a hugely important one, you know, for incontinence in and of itself, but also as it ties to dehydration and the causes and the problems that cause. So we're very, very interested in this space, and how do you find dignified solutions that give people more time, allow them to take care of themselves, and not trigger that event, which is a caregiver saying, I can't take care of you anymore.
Right. Well, and I think too, hydration is also tied to your other major category, which is skin health, right? So, I mean, it's the biggest organ in our bodies, and we, you know, need to take care of it, both from internally, what we eat and hydrate, and what we, you know, externally and so forth. So, what is your science telling you? What are you seeing? What are the pain points, the unmet needs in terms of skin health?
So skin health is so interesting, and of course we are a skincare business. We own, you know, multiple skin businesses, Olay and SK2 and First Aid Beauty and Snowberry. And
Olay was my, this is a product placement, but Olay was my very first skin cream when I was 16 and buying my first. So thank you for that. But yes, keep going.
Been with me for my whole life too. And so, you know, we have deep skin knowledge within Ventures. We stood up a brand a couple of years ago that is an eczema and psoriasis business. So really deep understanding of the skin. And you know, what I think is interesting as you think about aging skin is that there are a whole bunch of jobs to be done in and around that space. As you think about fragile skin and bruising, you think about pressure ulcers, you think about, you know, complications due to diabetes, right? There's a whole bunch of really interesting stuff there. And I think kind of at the heart of that is how do you solve the problem, which is helping to heal the wound faster. And so, you know, as you know, right, with tears in the skin and things like that, what happens is the consumer or the person has this kind of cascade of problems that happen with infection and lack of mobility and all of these things. And so we're really interested in this space. I have personal passion for this one. My mother is 82 and has tissue paper thin skin, and every time she bumps it, it starts with, you know, you have the tear, and then it's all of the care to take care of it. You can't stitch things up because the skin isn't strong enough. Then you have infection and scarring and all of these other things. It causes problems with bathing. So again, all of these things are so interconnected. But I think a really high potential space if we can start to figure out how do you accelerate healing so that that people don't have, again, all of those knock-on effects.
Well, and then I'm glad you mentioned diabetes, because then the chronic, health conditions are also now impacting or maybe accelerating the need for some of these things. I mean, even for lots of folks who are on blood thinners, right? Then their skin is going to start to get thinner maybe sooner than their genetics would have said, you know. So like there's a market for these products for sure. And what I love is how you were breaking it down into the finer components, because again, each one of those could be an entry point for an entrepreneur to make a difference, right? So if it's on the wound dressing part of it, if it's on the healing faster, if it's on the preventing the infection, if it's just maintaining the vibrancy of the skin to begin with, the preventative side of things. So I guess then P&G would be interested in the full range, right? That
and give me signs of progress. I'm taking care of my skin. Is it getting better or is it not getting better? Do I want to keep using this product, or do I not want to keep using this product? Is my wound healing? Is it, am I actually making progress? Might it be infected, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff on sort of diagnostics, but, in the realm of trying to help you understand if you are making progress.
So that's awesome. So I want to keep talking about that, because what we're seeing at agency, a lot of startups will have a, solve the problem idea, and then there's this maybe app around it, and there's data collection, and there's dashboard, or there's, something that is feedback loop to your use of that product. So you said, okay, PG is looking for CPG. We get that, right? We want to buy it off the shelf. And what about the digital components? Tell us more about what's interesting to you in terms of those feedback loops.
Yeah, no question. That is all part of creating a holistic proposition against any one of these pain points. I mean, pretty much anything that you can imagine. I mentioned the work that we've done in eczema and psoriasis. That's a lifelong thing that most people who have it need to deal with. And as you think about kind of giving people that feedback loop, again, am I making progress? Is this getting better? And I think that's such an important component. Now, we usually start with the heart, which is that solution. Do I have a solution that actually solves the problem better than that problem has ever been solved before? So that's kind of where we start. But then as you think about building out the proposition, there's a massive need to make sure that we've got that we're closing the loop.
Got it. Yes. So, and I think that ties back to what you're saying, that maybe the de-risk showering and the falling is less about the shower for a particular individual and more about their mobility, right? Their just overall physical health. So a question came in from one of our agency founders, Jennifer Brine, on what about solutions just to help with overall strengthening and mobility mechanics and so forth? Like, is that interesting to P&G?
Yeah, so mobility is a really interesting, pain point. And as we think about all of the different things that are impacted by lack of mobility and fall prevention related to lack of mobility and balance and all of that. So we're not, so many of the solutions are more of a durable or an app-based solution. Tell me, on my phone when I'm losing my balance. And I think that's interesting. And I think there's a ton of opportunity there. We're a little bit more focused on sort of the mechanics, interesting, fascinating things that happen with our feet as we age, and having less sensitivity in our feet. Having less sensitivity in our feet makes us not as aware when we're losing our balance. So how do you think about that? How do you put people more in touch with the ground that they're standing on and realize if they're in, if they're balanced or they're not? What are those signals that you can give them? So I think there's some really interesting partial solutions maybe that kind of get you to the building blocks of what could create a really meaningful brand for people on the area of mobility. So, we're certainly interested in strengthening. We've talked a lot about PT, for example, and what are the limitations of physical therapy. I mean, think about the last 5 months. If you were a person who needed physical therapy, and you were 80, what would you do? And how would you work that out? And so we think that there's some great opportunities in how do you help people to strengthen themselves so that they have better balance and better mobility. So there's no shortage of pain points in that particular space.
Well, and I love this theme that you keep reiterating, which is go beyond the obvious. Right. So for fall prevention, indeed, we need solutions that detect when people fall, and so we can safely go get help them right in the moment. But let's get in what happened just before the fall, and then what happened just before you fell, right? And so what was the signal that was maybe the signal to noise ratio weeks before you didn't hear it, but now if there's a product that can help you detect it. And I think too, the second theme that I'm hearing too is around the self-awareness. Right. And then not having shame, really, quite frankly, about the changes in our bodies. Right. So if you realize that your skin is getting drier and you can't touch the touchpad anymore because it doesn't react to drier skin, just say, all right, I got to solve for hydration. Now, it's like raising awareness, okay, the insensitivity in your feet. I would never have thought about that. So how do you then have this conversation through your product design with consumers that makes these products desirable, right? And it removes the stigma or the messaging that you're old. Nobody wants to be told that we're old.
Yeah, I think that, kind of as you think about how do problem solution is the easiest way to approach any pain point. But when you're talking to consumers, I think it's so important that we are framing around possibilities and potential and not framing around limitations. And so, nobody wants to hear you can't do this, you can't do that. It's all about being able to keep doing the things that you love, and how do we enable that? And you talk to people, we talked about de-risking showering, and you talk to people about, like, what does being able to shower on your own mean to you? People like to have buddies in their life, but people are not so keen to have a buddy in the bathroom. Like, that's not
right.
that's generally not people's favorite place to have a friend.
Yeah.
And when you talk about the dignity of being able to care for one's self and bathe oneself and all of that sort of self-care that happens in the bathroom, all of that is about possibility, and how do you enable people to continue to do things that make them feel good, make them feel like themselves. And so our angle is very focused on possibilities, not limitations.
I love that. And then how do you engage with consumers? So when a startup or an innovator comes to you and say, okay, here's my proof point, is one of the criteria that they've actually designed with their intended audience or the intended customer, instead of designing for? This is a great question that came from, I'm sorry, I'm looking over there, from Leanne, to everyone, but she works with the North Carolina State College of Design to bridge the gap. So they focus a lot on design thinking and customer-centric design. So
yeah.
Yeah.
This has been such a fascinating journey about where we find technology and solutions. And, in the beginning, when we would brief and we would say, okay, we're interested in this particular space, and we're going to go out and we're going to scout for solutions in a particular area. And we were maybe just, a little, had blinders on as to where a solution could come from. And then we started to discover in no space is this more relevant than in the aging space, that kind of jumping into different sectors for inspiration and for solutions has been so effective. So when you think about mobility or hydration, so let's just take those two, and you are laser focused on what does that mean for an aging consumer, and you're looking at it, in a very tunnel vision kind of way, you miss the fact that there is all of this stuff happening with athletes, right? Both on how do they retain their mobility, how do they recover faster, how are they measuring their hydration, how are they making sure that they are at their peak performance. All of these things translate no matter what your age is. And so I think what's very helpful about understanding what the technical challenges really are, and so that opens up how you think about how you solve the problem. But as I said early on into this, I think you said Leanne's question is about design. This is a design problem. So much of this is a design problem. How do you take that solution that maybe you found in the world of athletics and translate that into something that works beautifully for a consumer who's 65?
Right. So considering the dexterity limitations, or considering just strength or right. So so then I'm thinking, what are some of the examples of companies that you're working with right now that are in your portfolio? And I don't want to give away any trade secrets, obviously, but what are some examples of a sector switch company that you're working with?
Hydration is a great one. So we kind of went down a path of trying to solve it one way and then found ourselves into another, but really inspired by understanding athletes and dehydration, and as you think about what are the challenges in measuring your hydration level and thinking that through, and not everybody wants to test their urine, or you know, things like that. And testing sweat is really challenging when you're not maybe super mobile or super, you know, super active. And so, you know, kind of thinking about how do you solve that problem and how do you measure was really interesting and informed a lot by what we saw from an athletic perspective. So I think, you know, then, you know, again, how do you translate that? If the consumer isn't sweating, you know, how else might you get measurement? And so there's lots of cool things that we are seeing. And we're also seeing like brilliant pivots during this time in the pandemic, as people are looking at technologies that they had started with and saying, you know what, what's happening in the world informs a different way of thinking about the problem, or informs a different way of thinking about my solution. So there's a lot of activity that's happening with the partners that we have that is evolving or pivoting or whatever you want to say because of the world we're living in today.
So then let's talk a little bit about channel, right? So we've been talking a lot about self-care, right? So these presumably would be products that folks would purchase for themselves. As we know, a lot of people have in-home family caregivers that are, you know, helping them with some of these things, or there's professional caregivers that come to the house. So how does P&G think about the extended user, concentric circles of users, right? And that does it cross over into you know, products that particularly the physician needs to know about or would be recommending? I know you said you don't get into the prescription side of things, but I'm just curious, like maybe this is something that would be appropriate for a caregiver to be administrating, or how does that change the design thinking?
Yeah, we definitely think about both. Now, you know, we're motivated by trying to keep the consumer independent. And so, you know, I'd say that's sort of your design criteria number one, is how do we enable you to care for yourself? But, you know, there are some brilliant examples. Our Gillette business launched a razor called Trio over the last couple of years that is designed to shave someone else, right? So when you think about dignities and things that just make people feel like themselves, for many men, having a clean shaven face is really an important part of feeling like yourself, and that becomes difficult when your hands aren't as steady or your vision isn't as good and things like that. And so there certainly are places both within Ventures as well as more broadly within P&G where we're thinking about how do you solve the problem from the caregiver's perspective. So in you know, the ideal scenario, you've got both. It can work for you to care for yourself, or for a caregiver to care for you. But there are some brilliant ones like this Trio example within P&G that really brings to light that idea that these are dignities that people deserve to have, and that we can help as caregivers, we can help to give them.
Yeah. No, I love that. And I love that's why we called our organization Agency, right? Because it's all about a little triple play on the words there, but it's all about how do you have that sense of choice, right? And so that's essential, really. So I'd love to then just talk a little bit about how you partner with companies. So now they've come to you with a great idea, you get excited, it's novel, it's superior, it checks a lot of the boxes. What are the different structures that you then engage with companies? Do you take equity? Do you have board? Like, what's the different ways that you partner with companies?
We actually generally don't take equity. Most of what we do in the early stages are learning together. So, you know, what are your priorities? What are our priorities? How do we, you know, sort of bring the best of them together? You know, ultimately, as you think about the end game, we're pretty open to where that goes, and a lot of that is informed by the entrepreneur or the inventor themselves and what it is that they want out of this creation that they've got. So sometimes it's a joint venture, sometimes it's, you know, it's an acquisition, sometimes it's a licensing agreement. So, you know, there's all different ways that we work together. We find, lots of the things that we find on university, coming out of university research, for example. What's really interesting to that group of inventors is a licensing agreement. Sometimes when you've got a couple of people who have gotten together in their basement and built a business, they may actually have a vision of running that business for a long time, and so perhaps jointly developing that business is the best solution for both of us. So
great.
It really depends. Ultimately, our objective is that we scale businesses globally and they become kind of part of the mothership of P&G, right? That's the end game. But there's a lot of steps in between that get you from an idea or an MVP to something that is 50 to 100 million to $1 billion in sales. And so that's really, as we kind of think about what takes us from here to there, there's kind of all different iterations that can work.
Right. Love it. So, I love the flexibility with that, because as you say, there's millions of ways to solve all of these things that we've been talking about, and the same solutions are not going to work for everybody. So there might be variations and iterations and so forth. And for the same person, the same buyer, they themselves might have, changed their requirements along the way. And so I think, and I love this notion that you're building this lifetime relationship with your consumers. And it kind of goes to Anis. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly, has this question for everybody. At what age do we start aging? On aging, and the research showed that lots of people say, well, it's 20 years older than me, whatever you are at the time. So I'd love to just open that up. Actually, in the chat, wasn't everybody go ahead and put in what you think? I'd love to hear. But for P&G standpoint, when you think about market segments, we've been talking a lot about like these functional limitations. And so at agency, we often say, well, it's not really a number, right? Oh, somebody says as soon as you're born, right? It's true. That like in England, right? It's like you start aging the minute you're born, and they take care. That's
right.
All the preventative, right, along the way can help you have better outcomes. But from a market segment standpoint, like where's P&G focused in this space? So is it on the prevention side? Are you targeting, on the memory care side? Where are you?
Yeah. I think as a corporation, it starts with Pampers, right, and then goes through the whole life stage. So one could argue we're a cradle to grave company, and I think that's good, right? Because you when you have trusted brands and you can be with people through whatever it is that they need in whatever stage of life. And I think one of the, I think back 10 years ago, and as we would do our consumer targeting, as we were developing brands or selling brands, miraculously at 50 or 55, the consumer no longer existed. And there's really been a huge shift, not just at Procter, but broadly, in talking about how do you market to a 50 plus, a 60 plus, a 70 plus consumer. So the marketing thing, I think, has shifted dramatically over the last call it decade or so. From a ventures perspective, our active aging, is probably starts at 55 or 60. But the conversation we were just having about skincare and sort of that, what are the things that you need to do to fortify and take care of the skin barrier so that your skin doesn't become fragile and tissue paper like, and one could certainly argue that you need to start a lot earlier than 55 or 60 if you want to get ahead of that. So I think that some of these businesses really have quite wide ranges. Maybe your design target is a consumer who's 55 or 60 plus, but there is certainly application. And if you're marketing it properly, then that's actually that can be an aspirational brand for somebody who's 45 or 50.
Yes. Well, we were talking about Oil of Olay, so that attracted me as a 16-year-old, and now I see it's, you know, it's really interesting going to and seeing the evolution of the different products for the different
Yeah.
age segments,
Yeah.
but none of which looks like there's stigma attached. I mean, it looks like, oh, I can't wait to like get to the when I get the black box with the gold and the you know,
Yeah,
like, so it's
right. There's
right.
some
So
good stuff.
there's some good stuff out there. So,
Yeah.
and I think that's, you know, and now there's a lot of great feedback in the chat about this notion of ageism and you know, being ageist in our product design and even the language that we're using around these products. And so, and that's really, again, that's the whole, that's like our whole motivation for agency, is that we see innovation equal optimism, and also in aggregate, just changing the narrative. Yeah. About growing older, that it's just not something we need to dread. That doesn't need to be the default, nor do we need to be, as we age, be talked to by brands as if we are limited in our potential and so forth. And so this is the dance, this is the tango, this is why we're all doing this together, why I'm so excited that we have a global audience tuning into this conversation and a global partner, because, you know, the products that end up on the shelves with the brand campaigns around them are the signals. Yeah. Right? They're the signals to the consumer, but they're the signals to the other innovators about what's going to sell and what people want. So yeah. Take us up to like the poetry level, you know, like how do we go after that? Like, we want to solve for this, and which means we have to know about the issues, like we're talking about, like things do change physiologically and so forth. We got to be honest about those things. Yeah. We can't attach shame to those things. But like, let's get after it, right?
Yeah, I do think, you know, we talked a little bit before about, you know, how do you frame things in terms of possibility and potential and being able to still be you, you know, still do all the things that you love and the places that you want and all of that kind of stuff. And so, you know, I do think that there is a very deliberate, and you really are, I mean, broadly, completely outside of P&G, just broadly in the marketplace, you are starting to see a really great evolution in the way that that companies are talking to consumers of a specific age. And I actually have worked over the course of my career with an agency in New York who focuses specifically on aging consumers. And one of my first meeting with them, what they did was share a reel and a bunch of print copy of different companies that were doing it wrong, right? And talking about limitations and very stereotypical ways of depicting aging consumers, and what a turnoff that is. And frankly, nobody wants to hear about problems. Everybody wants to hear about potential, whether you're talking to a Gen Zer or you're talking to a boomer, or right, like everybody wants to be about potential. And so I think there's so much to glean from that. And as I said, I'm really starting to see it change. But if you have that perspective of going back and looking over time, whether it's insurance or banking or CPG products, and the way that we historically talked to that consumer target, it wasn't very aspirational. So I think it's changing.
Right. Well, and I think too, some of the brands and some of the innovations that we're seeing too, if there are multi-generational appeal, right, then it becomes less like, oh, you get that product because you're old, right? Like, so we hosted a pitch fest a couple of weeks ago, which you could watch online, and we've had it recorded. And one of the products was Hydrate, like a glowing water bottle, that let you know when it's time to drink, right? And so this entrepreneur was saying that, yeah, indeed, like they're getting one for all the members of the family, right? So the kids, are being reminded, mom and dad are being reminded, they're reminding their grandparents, like, so there was no shame in it, and the whole family could enjoy. Now there might be different design considerations for different demographics, clearly, but like the concept is, we again just get rid of the stigma. And there's something here that's coming into from Anis. Thank you again, about creating new habits. And I know that's something that you and I talked about. Like, here we are with some new categories that P&G is trying to create, and with new categories, people like they don't know that they need it. Or, So how do you think about that, about creating this repetition and this habit? Because a lot of these things will take weeks and weeks before, or months maybe, before you see the differences.
Yeah. I think it's one of the things that's so interesting about disruptive innovation in this space and so many other spaces, which are really about, you know, the behavioral understanding. What does it require to get a consumer to adopt a habit? And so, I mean, so many healthy habits fall into that camp of, you know, how do you get people hooked on it? A big part of that goes back to those signs of progress, and how do you give people the encouragement that they are actually making progress. And so, you know, stay the course. And boy, we've spent an awful lot of time, you know, on that behavioral psychology and how do you create habits, because in most of these areas, that's the key to success. And I was talking earlier about our eczema and psoriasis business that we stood up. We also had sort of a menopause business. So many of those products and things, you know, require you to use them every day for it to work. So how do you get people hooked because they can tell it's working?
Got it. Right. So we're getting close to time. So if there are any last questions, please send them our way. And Justin, if you could also share the link to Agency, so folks could stay in touch with us going forward. If you're an innovator, we would love to welcome you to the community and have you be part of this collective that we're building worldwide. And also, we're going to continue this conversation. So we set the foundation last week, a couple weeks ago, with Chetan, your partner there at P&G Ventures. And next week we're going to be at Venture Cafe Miami. With cafe conversations. So we'll have a lot more interaction with the audience, and we'd love to have you guys tune in. So as you're thinking about what ideas this conversation sparked for you, and you want to keep going, Chetan will come back to the stage next week. And this event will be recorded with Betsy, so you get to watch this over and over again and share it with your colleagues. So again, Justin, if you can put that information into the chat. So before we say goodbye, which is kind of bumming me out, this has been such a great conversation. There's a couple of things I want to make sure that we all remember, which is clearly this is a big market, and it's a growing market, and we're all in this together, right? And P&G sees this as an important market, and P&G wants to be your partner in that innovation journey, right?
That is for sure. Yeah, we're really, really excited to see, you know, what comes out of these conversations, right? We've been talking a lot about possibilities and potential, and so I'm always excited when we do these, because we get, you know, kind of a flurry of ideas that come our way. And one of the things that we spend so much time doing is thinking about, you know, what is the potential there, and what might we bring to that idea to make it better. And so just really excited to see what people are working on, and if there might be some synergy.
Beautiful. So if you're listening, you could send a note to us at helloagency@cic.com, or go right to the website, and you'll see a big banner about the global call to action for P&G. And there's links there that you can click to apply to collaborate with P&G, and you'll go through the P&G intake process. I'll ask you lots of questions, and then we'll take it from there. And I just want to leave everybody with these wonderful directives, which are important, right? Which is get to the root cause, solve for, go beyond the obvious, right? Understand the interplay of the behavioral dynamics as much as the physical dynamics. Like preventative is just as interesting as after the fact. And let's solve for the triggers before things become unraveled. And by all means, let's design with joy and make sure that these products are desirable, and that they really address the unmet needs in a dignified way. Right?
Absolutely. So much potential. I mean, there really is. There's a lot of room to innovate here. And I think, you know, when you do that with the consumer at the heart, and I do, you know, I'll end where I began, which is the thing that's different about what we're doing is we're not solving for an institutional problem. We're solving for how you take care of yourself or how you take care of your mom or your dad, right? And so those are that creates different design criteria and this idea that we can help the process from unraveling, right? Let's understand it from the beginning. What are the problems and how do we solve them in a way that enables people to stay where they want to stay and age where they want to age. So much potential.
And again, that's the message out to the innovators. We find at agencies, so many of the startup founders that we work with come to this work from a lived experience. Either they themselves, caring for their parents or grandparents, or we've recently launched the Founders Over 55 Club. Folks who, right? They're like, no, this is visibility for active aging right here, right? So like, we want to make our own.
Oh, good. You can see us great. Okay. Yeah, that's. Oh, it's coming back, Dash. I just popped the question. Greetings from Poland. And we're also waiting we have one other panelist that we're still waiting on. But I'm sure with the two of you, you have a lot to talk about and share. So even if he doesn't make it on right away, we'll just go ahead and start at 2:05. This is fun to be on the East Coast of America and be on Warsaw's session. Thank you for the invitation, you guys. Oh, this is your first session today. Hi, Dana. I think this is my 5th. It's been jam-packed with all kinds of interesting sessions. And if this is your first, hopefully you have the list and you're going to attend some more. We need some music on in between here in the background. It's one thing we haven't added. I think Miami does. One of our counterparts at least does. Has music in between. Oh, good. People are still popping in, so we'll give it a few more minutes. Welcome, everybody. Feel free to use the chat on the right side. Love to hear from you. We're going to start in just a couple of minutes. We're waiting for one more panelist, but if he doesn't make it, we're just going to go ahead. It's a lot to chat about. I had a great prep call with Becky from Arizona last night, and I often wish we recorded the prep sessions because there's so much great information that's discussed. Oh, he will make it. Okay. We'll give him another minute, and that's okay. We can always jump to him last. All right. Just give it one more minute. Let's jump right in. Are you ladies ready? Okay. I know it's 3 o'clock in the morning where Akemi is in Tokyo, so thank you very much for being awake for us. It'll be worth it once you get to your destination later today. Welcome everybody to, I don't even know what number session this is for our global gathering, but welcome to our first ever happening. The Happening is all about connecting innovators to make the better normal happen. So all of our sessions today have something to do with that. And this session, I'm very excited to hear from you, is the 2020 Jet Set Reset. And Akemi, you're living it because Akemi's about to just hop on a plane and shoot over to London before she shoots over to some other spot. So you clearly represent the Jet Set Reset on every level. What should a sustainable, technology-enabled tourism industry look like in the future? So I think I'm just going to start by having you each introduce yourself and let us know what you do, represent who you represent in your case, Becky, and more about your company, Akemi. So why don't we start with, we'll go ABC. So I'll start with you, Akemi.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me here today. My name is Akemi, and I'm a CEO of a company called Bespoke. And Bespoke is a company I started about 5 years ago. I can't believe it's almost been 5 years, all by myself. And now we operate in Japan, US, and we have some people in Amsterdam, Netherlands. In total, it's about 40 people. And what we do today is emergency communication, including communication during, COVID crisis as well. So we're the official partner of the Japanese government to handle all the non-Japanese questions from tourists about COVID, like travel restrictions, emergency, like typhoon, all sorts of things. And then what we provide is a chatbot. So you ask a question, and then we use our AI to answer those questions. And 11 years ago, when we had like huge earthquake here back in 2011, I almost died. I got trapped on the 20th floor of a high-rise building, and floors started shaking, and ceiling started like falling down, and we had to take emergency stairs to evacuate. But as we were like running down the stairs, and we started seeing cracks on the wall, and it was just like Godzilla movie, but real life. Then as soon as we evacuated, there were 3 buildings next to each other, like they're shaking so hard that almost touching each other and falling over us is like what we almost felt like. But then things got worse, like for the next few days, we actually didn't know what was going on. And radiation level in the air went up crazy to the point where British embassy started evacuating their people out of the country. French embassy started doing the same. And in looking back, just like the experience was bad enough, like earthquake, tsunami, and all these different things, but not knowing what was going on was actually way worse. So today we actually have a solution to address that issue. Sorry, that was a little bit long. I will hand it over to you.
Oh, I love origin stories, and that clearly explains your why. I have so many more questions, but I'm going to jump over to Becky and let you explain what you do and who you represent.
So I do not have a harrowing story like Akemi. I am so glad that you survived this ordeal, and it is usually stories like that, though, that, just like you said, Tuni, prompt people to find a solution for an issue. I represent the Arizona Office of Tourism. We are based in downtown Phoenix, and we represent the whole Grand Canyon state. We are one of the top states in the Western US for visitation, and Grand Canyon is one of the most visited national parks in the country. And we promote everything from our small towns to our big cities. And we work in 7 different countries around the globe, and we have representation in all of those countries. And we really focus on telling the story of Arizona to potential visitors and encourage people to visit Arizona and to experience firsthand, whether it's our Western culture and history, our tribal culture and history, all great food, and we even have wine and breweries here as well. So we always like to say that there's, something surprising and something for everyone here in the Grand Canyon State.
And we're going to hear even more about the Grand Canyon State soon. By the way, everyone, please feel free to use the chat box. And I just dropped both Akemi's company's URL as well as Arizona State's tourism URL. So You can have that, open it up in your browser or look at later, or if you want any more information. And welcome, I'm glad you made it. Am I saying your name? Can you say your name correctly for me? I hate to misrepresent someone's name. Jaroslav?
Jaroslav, yes, Jaroslav, Jarek, Jerry. Let's play with that.
Okay, well, welcome, and I'm glad you made it.
Hello.
Can
Sorry
you?
for me, because I'm on my holiday and now I'm traveling by bike through Rugia. It's German Iceland in the north of Germany on the Baltic Sea. So I stopped, parked my bike, and I'm here with you.
Oh, well, thank you for making it. We appreciate it. You're worth the wait. Can you tell us a little bit about Go for World?
Go for World, it's a boutique travel agency because I spent close to 30 years in media in general. It was radio, newspaper, TV station, news TV channel, regular TV, online. Now I have my own media. And when I realized how bad is that job, I decided to open some travel agency from the passion only, but through the years I decided to change it into business, and we travel around the world in small groups with very nice guides, people who has knowledge. What is important for me is to give our clients knowledge, not always the fun. One of our claim is that the holiday is not always sitting on the beach and traveling, you know. So we are off-beaten track. We try to be always off-beaten path with not regular guides, but the people who has the knowledge. Sometimes there are professors from the universities. Sometimes are people living abroad, Polish guys living abroad, especially in Australia or Namibia in Africa, and we search for them and cooperate during preparing the plan of our tour, and then they are our partners and our partners for our clients.
That's very interesting. While I was doing research, I thought, wow.
Yeah, but and it's especially these times when all the tourism stopped. we have very close relations between me, I'm the boss, my team, and our clients. It's close to 300 people has their own businesses and traveling with us through years, close to 10 years. And what was important, we decide to engage them into our small talk through Zooms. And when everything stopped, we decided to invite them for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2 hours long Zoom meeting and discussing about why we can't travel, what we should do now. And they asked us what they should do for us to help my company to be still alive. So it was I feel like a winner, you know.
Wow, that's a great segue. I'm going to bounce over to you, Becky. Can you tell us a little bit about what has happened during the last 5 months with your industry and your business, Arizona State Tourism in particular?
Yeah, so we, because we work in so many different countries, it's really started to affect the business that we do from Arizona with inbound tourism. When the virus kind of started spreading across China first, we do operate in China. We have reps in Shanghai and Beijing. So we really saw right over the Chinese New Year, station dropped off. It's a very popular time to travel to the Western US and Arizona for the Chinese visitors. And so then we kind of saw that, you know, moving towards Europe and eventually into the US. And so we really kind of, you know, were able to pivot our work and how we work. And the whole last quarter of our year basically was canceled. That's when we do the most outbound travel, whether it's going to ITB in Berlin or, you know, doing some of our sales missions and things like that. So everything was forced to go virtual. Now, what that meant for us as a state, because tourism is one of the main economic drivers for the state of Arizona. And last year, visitor spending accounted for about $25.6 billion. So So it's about $2.5 billion a month. Now this started to shut down Arizona midway through March, which is our high season, like the highest of the high season months, where we have a lot of tourism activity and spring break and Cactus League baseball spring training. And so it really affected obviously visitation, but then the visitation spending as well. And so over the few months that we've been shut down, we've really seen a loss of about an estimated $7 billion. Within those first few weeks of March, we felt the immediate impact with job losses. Tourism employs about 194,000 people across the state. And right away, there was about 45% of those jobs were lost immediately, whether it was furlough or layoffs, some temporary, but mostly it was, hotels didn't have business, so they didn't have a reason to stay open. Conventions, we're a big convention location, business travel, meetings and conventions account for 60 to 70% of the business for some of these luxury resorts and hotels here in Arizona. And we have one of the highest concentrations of luxury 4- and 5-star hotels and resorts in North America. And so that's really been a huge hit to our business and, not only the employees and the economy across the state, but even, branching out to some of the smaller destinations that rely on the hub and spoke of the visitors coming into the metro area. They're flying into Phoenix and they're doing a fly drive, maybe from Phoenix or Las Vegas or Los Angeles or whatever it is, and visiting, multiple states. So we have really partnered in a stronger way too with our neighbors. So Colorado and Utah, we've always worked well with them. As part of the Four Corners region, we traveled to Australia and New Zealand last fall with the Colorado Tourism Office. And now we're beefing up our multi-state road trip itineraries and things like that, because that's always been popular for international visitors. But now with our focus being right now in-state and then regional visitation, that's really kind of where we see we have to put the immediate focus on while still maintaining the awareness that we've worked so hard to build in our international markets.
Keep forgetting I have my mic turned up there. I'm super curious about how innovation is going to be helping that. But before we go back to that, Kemi, can you talk a little bit about, you've had a different experience with the pandemic.
Right. So it was crazy because we helped governments and destinations handle crises like COVID. So this all began in January. Japan was like one of the first countries after China to have that started because of the cruise ship off the coast of Yokohama, and that's like where I'm actually from. So I think towards the end of January, we started getting a lot of messages from our tourists here because we provide a chatbot. Everything comes in chat, and then until like maybe mid-January, it was all about like a tourism, like what to do, like recommendations on like where to go, stuff like that. And then as soon as like the Diamond Princess thing happened, then everyone was asking about where to buy face masks. Then in February, things got worse. And then people started asking about travel restrictions. But then by then, we still didn't really have, it didn't really have much impact on our business. It was just a type of queries that became very different. Then by first week of March, Japan had like a travel bans on like few countries, China, Korea, a few other places, and then operation at the airport became very, very chaotic. So we started seeing like messages that are like scary. So for instance, people would send us a message like, I think I have the virus and I went to the hospital, but they don't want to see me. Where do I go? That is just a scary message because it could also imply that like there are so many people like that, like out there who could potentially spread the virus. So we gather information like that and then report back to the government so they can do something about it. And then things went on, and it got a lot worse towards the end of March when we started placing restrictions on like most countries, but people didn't really have like real-time information and then things kept changing. So for instance, I remember very last week of March, there are many passengers asking questions about transport options from the airport to wherever you're going to. And here in Japan still, if you just come back from another country, you're not allowed to take any public transport, but the main airport is like 2 hours away from the city. So if you don't have your parents or family members like near the airport or like in Tokyo, how do you actually get home, right? Then people be like, well, there's no enforcement here actually, so can I just still take the train? And then there's so many people like that. And we would collect that information and report back to the airport and government and inform them, like 20% of your transport related queries are actually this, and this is extraordinary. You definitely need to do stuff around enforcement. And then April, May, June, things kind of started, I wouldn't, like slowing down just because like there are travel restrictions and people can't come in. And then from April, we started seeing like some cancellations on accounts. But then the thing is like 70% of our business is like with public sector, and then contracts usually last until like the end of March. So we haven't seen the worst part yet. And instead, I think we did see some cancellations on contracts from like hotel partners or railway partners. But then I would say I mean, long story short, we still kind of benefited from pandemics just because we do emergency communication. And this is like that, like when we have like typhoon season every year, September, October, we can't be too excited about it, but it is true that we get more encouraged during that time.
And are you have clients outside of Japan, correct?
Yes, we do have projects outside of Japan as well.
Has that picked up since the pandemic?
I wouldn't say we converted more clients after the pandemic, but then I confirmed that the number of inquiries that we received has gone up because there are not many digital solutions out there to manage crisis like this.
Oh, very interesting. So let's go back to Go for a World and here. So the interesting story about how your very loyal clients said, how can we help you survive? So what happened from those conversations?
What is nice, and because we within 1 week we plan to travel to Iceland. Iceland is one of the smallest islands in Europe, and they won with coronavirus very well, because it's very small society, close to 305,000 people only, and they tested. And now, when you want to travel to Iceland, they are very welcome. They are waiting for you and say, let's go. We will test you on the airport, and then if your test will be negative, feel free to discover our island. So they don't allow you to bring your own test from, for example, Poland. They are testing you on the airport. So we discussed with our clients before traveling on the Zoom session that we want to know from everyone that we are negative. So let's do the test in Poland days before the trip. I know that you have to pay for it, close to 500 zlotys. It's not small price. And everyone say, okay, because now we are living in our families and we think that we are okay. We don't have any symptoms, but now during our travel to Iceland, we will be in different families, the travelers' family. So we need to know that everyone is clear, and because when you or Icelanders finds only one person from the group with positive tests, everyone are sending to the special hotel, and you have to wait 2 weeks in quarantine. So it's a very huge gain between virus and non-virus situation. So we asked them for testing in Poland, paying for that, and then when everyone will have negative tests, we will know that we have close to 100% for sure that on the second test on Iceland airport, sorry, the tests will be negative too, and we can start our trip. So what was nice, when we asked them for that, no one say no, or you have to pay for it. No, okay, it's important for us too, so we will pay for it, even if we are traveling in a group of 4, the family of 4. We will test everybody in our family, pay for it, and let's go to Iceland. So I was talking about the relation. It was nobody are asking us and discussing with us about money. They pay for everything, and they are waiting for the trip. We have a problem in Poland because our COVID numbers are rising, not going in a different way, and so some countries are watching us, and we are close to be cancelled from the green list. We will see, because we plan to go for Aurora Borealis in Norway. Norway now is open, and they don't want to test from us, I mean Polish guys, but we will see. Till the end of the week, we will know the new regulations from Norway. But on Iceland, everyone has to be tested. And what was nice, my guide, Karol, told me that it was the first time for him, and it was the first time for all the group from March, when they can travel without masks, sitting in the bus without mask, because everyone was negative. Okay, it was obvious for them to wear a mask in the shop, they wear a mask on the gas station, but on the small group of travelers, they feel free. So that was why at the end of the trip, when we sent them some questions about the trip, the most important thing for them was we felt very carefully. So it was, as I said at the beginning, I was the winner. So it was the second situation that I felt that that close relation between your clients, and even if you take money from them because you are it's a business, you can be a winner.
So I'm going to just have you answer this while we're here. What do you see the future of tourism looking like? I know our question is in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but
yeah, I think that
also in the immediate future, that 5 and 10 years seems like, how could we possibly answer that?
I don't know if it is a good sentence to say that it's easier for me, because I was thinking about my business dedicated only to small groups. It's a boutique, so it helps us now to be not in the crowd. We always be focusing about being out of the crowd. So now when we plan something, when we choose or search for hotels, we can take boutique hotels, small one, the smallest one sometimes, and it helps us to give the notice to our travelers that together we are safe. We will search for the safest place we can search everywhere we can travel, because we planned now here. I should be on Alaska in US, but it was a huge problem for us to travel to Alaska. Everyone wanted to go to Alaska, but we say not now, not at this year, because we have only 2 months with the good weather conditions to travel to Alaska. So we have to wait 1 year. We have new dates. What do you think about that? Everyone say, okay, we will do everything we can go the next year. So I think that good communication, as Akemi said, the crisis communication, good crisis communication, and after crisis communication, good relation with people, and maybe divide the biggest groups into small groups, because when you plan or collect a plan for the group, when it's a smallest one, 10 people, 12, for example, it's enough, and you can search different kind of hotels, different kind of transport, and you have to divide problems.
Right. So I think with you, you're such a customized, high touch, boutique style company that you were able to pivot, and you're going to be able to remain agile as the future continues to unfold, our new normal continues to unfold. So I guess I was going to jump to you, Akemi, because there is a question, and just so all the participants know, we're going to leave a solid 10 to 15 minutes at the end for any questions. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A box or the chat box, and I'm watching that. But let's jump over to you, Becky, because I think jumping off of what he was just talking about, like, what does the future of tourism look like for Arizona?
So Arizona's always been kind of a favorite for road trips, which we know road trips in the US right now are king. If people want to get out, they're doing either small day trips to go hiking or get out of the house, or they're taking a longer road trip. We actually have mobile location data to show as people move further than 50 miles away from their home base. And then we can see when people come from other states into Arizona as well, because we have it geofenced for research purposes. So what I find easy to promote for us is that we always have had wide open spaces, beautiful landscapes, state parks, national parks. It's very easy to social distance. I personally just did a week-long road trip with my family in an RV because I always wanted to see some of the western states and go to some of the other national parks. And we hit 4 national parks in 5 states in 1 week. And
have you ever done that before, Becky?
No, I had not, and I'd always wanted to, and I felt like if I'm ever going to get the chance to do it, I haven't gone anywhere. I was actually almost stuck in New Zealand in March when this all unfolded, and I have not been on a plane since March 16th, and so, which is very rare for me, because usually I travel all over the world to all of the different countries and things that we work in, and all across the US. So, personally, getting to see the national parks, you can tell visitation is down. There's no group tour buses, to Jaroslav's point, it is, small groups, or it's just families, or it's friends traveling together right now. I think everybody's really cognizant of how to travel safely, and we're all learning as we go. But everybody's kind of at this point where, and what we promote too, is when the time is right for you, what you're comfortable with. And then this is really where it's going to be consumer driven, what the consumers are comfortable with, what they, the level of, quote unquote risk that they're willing to assume, because testing is not as prevalent here or as rapid here as it is in some of these other countries. Eventually I would love to be able to see, if this is still an issue that we're dealing with in a year and 2 years or whatever, that before you get on a plane or before you want to go anywhere, everybody should be able to get a rapid test, that, in addition to, wearing your mask and social distancing and the good hygiene and all of those things that we've been taught, I think, we really have a great opportunity to, continue to build travel and tourism, but, in a way that is comfortable for all consumers.
Reducing risk. I think we're going to see a lot more innovation, technology around that. Akemi, by the way, panelists, there are some questions here. There's a question for you, Akemi, in the Q&A box. So in between, when you're not talking, feel free to go ahead and answer those questions too. And for any of those that don't get answered, I'll bring those up in the Q&A at the end. But do you want to talk about what you see the future, the next 2, 5, 10 years? What is your vision?
Sure. So for 2 years time, my take on this is that digital solution to be available everywhere to ensure safety. For the next few years, we think it's going to be all about safety, just like what Becky said earlier. And then the current bottleneck for destinations, many places, including countries, in my understanding, is not owning data or being able to get in touch with travelers in case something happens. And with what's going on around the world now, things are changing, and every country now you travel to, they would ask for a lot of information. For instance, I am getting on the plane in 7 hours time, and for to enter London, my assistant had to like answer a long list of questions, and then that's just for London. And then for Croatia, there was like the same thing, and now you have to attach like the copy of your receipt for the accommodations. It needs to be a paid copy. And then all these different things, and it's like same for Japan, Netherlands, and all these different places. But then because of this, in 5 years' time, I think personalized communication based on all these like different data destinations are collecting would be available. And then right now the bottleneck is like destinations not exactly understanding what you want or what what the problem is, or like not being able to get in touch with you. But like with the new standards, I think all these things are going to be possible. And for example, you ask a question in some sort of like communication platform provided by destinations, and they receive like a real-time information that you need, because now your destination can actually reach out to you and vice versa. And then I feel like data is going to be more centralized than ever, and that is my view. And then for 10 years, it's a little bit hard to say, and I don't think we even know where we will be in like 1 month's time with what's going on around the world right now.
I'm seeing blockchain, right? Blockchain would help us track all this, and it'll be interesting to see which states and countries adopt blockchain strategies. So
yeah, but when we are discussing about the future of traveling, I think that traveling through Germany, the islands, but it's German. So I feel like in the future on tourism, because everywhere, in even the smallest one coffee shop on that island, if before you order something, you have to fill up some short brochure with your first name, surname, the first name and surnames of your friends, put your date of birth, the place of stay, and signature, and the phone number. And you know, it's a huge number of pieces of papers collecting for every cafes, every restaurants, and they have to do it. I understand it, but I don't feel much more comfortable with that. But maybe if somebody will call to the coffee shop and say, I was there a week ago and I have a coronavirus, maybe they will call me and I will have to go for a testing. So that is the new, because you get a menu and a piece of paper, and you don't have to use the menu before you don't write everything on the piece of paper. So maybe it's the not funny, but it's the small part of the future of tourism, I think.
interesting.
Data.
How are you, while we're on you, Jaroslav, how is your company innovating? Have you adopted any new digital transformations? Or
we try to, because I'm a journalist originally. I'm a journalist, so I like to be public. So I like the camera, microphone, everything like that. So when we all stopped, I decided to prepare some geographic lessons for younger viewers, because we planned to go on May with families for a trip on Iceland. We plan to go for the trip for knowledge only for the youngest participants, because my clients, adults, always told us it's a very good trip to Kamchatka, for example, but think about the trip even for Kamchatka, but when we can take our kids, now we can take only the 5 stars hotel in Greece and sitting close to the beach. It's not interesting for us. So we plan to go to Iceland, and because we can't go to Iceland in May, we decided to prepare some 1 hour long geographic lessons live. So I prepared special studio in our office in Warsaw and prepared special stuff for being live. 2 cameras, professional lights, professional mics, and connected with my guides from GoForward.com, and we travel around the world because we started in Europe, then we go to North America and the South America, Australia, Asia, and every day at the same time we have 1 hour lesson. So what was nice, I sent the news that I prepared something like that. So remote travel for youngest travelers, and if you are a parent, you have to watch it too together. It will be enough. And I sent it through Facebook and LinkedIn, and I got within 24 hours 300 emails from the people, especially from LinkedIn, people who says, okay, it's very important for me, and please write the name of my son because he will be watching you. My daughter will be watching you. And we have very nice audience every day at the same time, 1 hour long live show about tourism, about countries, about everything we try to discover when we are traveling offline. So it was nice, and so we have very nice feedback after that.
So does that generate revenue?
No, but what was nice, I know that now we are in a times when paywall is not something new, but people, especially in Poland, know that for a good quality content you have to pay. I didn't ask them for paying for that, but at the end of the episodes on Friday, a few parents asked me, how much? I say, no, it's for free, but maybe it's a good suggestion for me that that kind of lessons, that kind of type of traveling would be interesting for the future. So I'm planning to prepare something for the next season of maybe online school.
I love it. And there's a question that I'm going to get to in a little while that that will bring us back to that. So what about you, Becky? What is Arizona doing? Any innovative initiatives?
I was going to say something a little bit similar is some of our winemakers have been doing, they called digital wine research. They've been hosting virtual wine tastings and promoting over the last few months where you can buy their wines locally throughout the state and then log into Zoom and they'll walk you through a wine tasting. So we loved that concept. So we actually rolled it out first to some UK travel agents, and we had the winemaker ship his wines over to the UK for us. And then we hosted like a training webinar basically on Arizona wines. And it was really well received. And we really see the opportunity to do this more and have more interactive destination type trainings for travel agents and tour operators around the world. We want to keep Arizona top of mind. We have already fast-tracked and rolled out some of our on-demand trainings in UK, Germany, and China. We have a WeChat mini program that's rolling out, but we've typically been hosting, live in-person destination training so we can have more of a Q&A and interaction with the agents and things like that and answer any questions. We also fast-tracked our partnership with Leave No Trace because of this, surge in people wanting to get into the outdoors and get out of their houses and out of quarantine, but still social distance. We really saw kind of an increase in trash on trails and things like that in the state parks and on public lands. And so we had already planned and started this partnership with Leave No Trace, but then fast-tracked some of our messaging. So we're developing the Arizona principles, things that, learn about, how to prevent wildfires and things like that. We had an increase in wildfires and brush fires along the highways too, trucks dragging chains and things like that. When it's 100+ degrees out here in the summertime and it's dry in the desert, it's really hard to fight some of those, wildfires. It's wildfire season. And then, explaining to people, pack in and pack out your trash and things like that. So we're really focused on increasing that messaging, not only in the pre-planning phase, but then in the visitor centers and at the trailheads too. So Arizona residents can, take care of the land, but also then preserve it for visitors as they're coming in as well, and have more of a sustainable, tourism experience in Arizona. We've also partnered with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, so we can educate our industry as well on those principles and why it's so important to protect our public spaces. And then, we went ahead and really used this time not only to beef up our content for journalists that needed to still produce stories and, keep people consuming media and dreaming about travel. It's one thing people are never going to give up, right? They're never going to give up the dream of travel and tourism. So, we're hopeful that it will rebound quickly as soon as people deem it safe, for them and the destinations, that they want to go to. But then we've also rolled out our statewide strategic tourism recovery plan as well. We're one of the first states in the country to do that. And we worked with a consultant called Coraggio Group in Portland, Oregon, who's worked with many state tourism offices across the country. And we really focused on, having listening sessions with stakeholders across the state, our lawmakers, business owners, and people in and out of the tourism industry. Because it is such an economic driver for us, we really wanted to get kind of the full picture of what tourism means to people across the state and what they needed from us to help kind of drive that recovery. And our director was actually appointed by the governor to lead the economic recovery with the director of the Commerce Authority as well. So we're really happy with some of the results that we've been able to produce so far for the state. But we know we have a long way to go. This plan is set for the next 12 to 18 months to kind of drive recovery efforts, and for us to be responsive to the needs of everyone in all the communities across the state.
Wow. So I'm going to jump over to you, Kemi, with some questions, but all three of you, so we'll do like 10 minutes of Q&A, and then let's wrap it up. I want you all to think about, like, how can this reset help to rebuild a more sustainable industry? So we'll close with your answers to that question. But there are some questions here. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at them. Let's start with, how might we depoliticize public safety behaviors like mask wearing to help the industry come back more quickly? Who wants to take that? Any ideas? Okay.
Yeah, because one of our viewer, his name is Marcin Ziętek. He wrote something on chat, and it was some fun fact about Poland and Germany, for example. So now here I am sitting in very close to the restaurant. Everyone was asked for wearing a mask, and no one is not wearing a mask because it's close to 200, 300 people eating through 4 hours, for example. And one of the Q&A means how might we depoliticize? I think that it's not politics. I spent 10 years in regular news channel. So I saw a lot of things from politics, and I met a lot of politicians. But now, when I'm looking at the COVID situation and looking at my organization during the COVID era, I'm not thinking about politics. I'm thinking only about knowledge from the doctors. So when doctors say me that you have to wear mask not because of you maybe, but because of the oldest one in your group, so I'm wearing the mask. I'm not asking, is it true? And who you vote for? No, it's not important for me. Not politics, but always knowledge.
Data. Kemi, there's a question for you. Do you also have a platform for students who come for higher studies in a foreign country? Which countries can they get an access from?
Right. So our platform is actually open to anyone, as long as you get your access to the URL. So to answer Mario's question, yes, it is available, and it's not really country specific. But then usually the way we work is like we tailor per client. So for instance, we work with airports, destinations, and central government, hotels, and railway companies. And because like each partner that we work with, they have different mission and they have different messages that they want to communicate to whoever's using their facilities or visiting the destinations. So for instance, if Emmanuel is visiting Japan, or say Vienna is a new partner that we're starting with, then all you need is just to access to the URL and start asking a question. And because it runs on AI, available 24/7 and multiple different languages, it doesn't really matter where you are. And I can send you the link later.
So while you're still there, a question for all: do we have special travel packages for educational tours focusing on students and universities? So I guess you could answer that, Akemi. Do you work with any colleges or universities or student groups?
No, not at the moment.
Okay, and I guess both of Becky and Jaroslav, you could answer that as well, right?
So we work with quite a few tour operators that do student tours to Arizona. We have a lot of educational sites around the state, and we have a very high population of international students at our three major universities: University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona State in Tempe and downtown Phoenix, and then the Northern Arizona University campus as well. And so a lot of times we, work with those universities to focus on targeting the parents and the student groups too. So when the parents are coming to visit the students, once they're already in school, giving them ideas on where they can go around the state. We go to all the new student orientations as well and present in-language brochures for them so they can travel around the state and explore Arizona while they're also studying here as well. But yeah, there are in many different countries around the world that we work with student, led or tours specific for students to come to experience, Arizona.
And obviously that has been turned upside down right now, correct?
Right. I mean, international travel is not what it used to be. I mean, it's, it's always been a major driver for us here in Arizona. It's about 15% of our, total visitation every year, with domestic making up the majority of our visitation though. But, we see our highest countries of visitation, obviously Mexico, because we're a border state. We get 4 million visitors, mostly driving over the border, some flying. Canada, and then UK, Germany, France, Japan, China, Australia, New Zealand are top markets.
Would you like to answer that, and then we'll start with you answering that last question, because we have well if you, Jaroslav.
No, because we don't have some special packages for students, but we plan to have some special packages for businessmen or startuppers, because we plan to go with a group of startuppers from Warsaw to Israel and work with startuppers in Israel, take some trainers and professors from Polish universities to prepare some special group of startuppers and teachers working abroad in Israel. We can't go to Israel now, but we plan to do it remotely. So sitting in a new office of CEC in Warsaw, being live with the startuppers sitting in Israel offices and working together in Warsaw. If somebody needs to go by train, by car, by plane from the north of Poland to Warsaw, okay. If they don't want to, they can sit at home and connected with us through special platform. And we plan to, our clients ask us for that kind of trip because of, the business cards. So now we have to prepare some ways to get the virtual business cards and try to do new businesses in new post-COVID era in tourism. So we plan to do it remotely within maybe weeks.
Wow, so that's a silver lining, a new product offering that.
Yeah, you can't go, so you will not pay for the plane ticket, but maybe we can ask and collect the trainers group from much more people than we could before COVID, because it's not the cheapest one when you plan to take some teachers to that kind of trip, and you know that all the participants will pay for them. So we plan to take two professors, me like a guide and the host, and now we can spend the money in a different way.
So that's an awesome answer. And I'd like you to stay on, because our last question is, how can this reset help to build a more sustainable industry? So right there, you have less people traveling, you know, adding to our carbon footprint, right? But you're bringing all of that education and information and experience to more people. So can you expand on that and let us know what you think? How can we reset and make a more sustainable industry?
I don't know, because I'm thinking about a lot of masks living around in the trees, on the streets here in Rubia Island. Everyone here traveling by bike, and everyone you can see the not plastic bags, not plastic bottles, because they sell only water in a glass, but everywhere we can see the mask. So I'm thinking about that when I'm thinking about different word and close in one word.
That surprises me, because I heard about this on our NPR radio. It's silver coated thread. It's a really cool, innovative company. So when you talk about that, I guess I'm not seeing a ton of waste from disposable masks, but there really are, and that's something to think about. So what say you, Akemi? Do you have any ideas on how we can take this opportunity to create a more sustainable industry?
Right. In my understanding, of my personal opinion, COVID was like a perfect opportunity for many of like travel companies or like partners to identify what the bottleneck is for like each business or destination. And in our case, like many of our partners actually struggle from like lack of data, which is like not understanding what customers need or want. And then Kiyomizu Temple is one of the most visited or famous popular temple in Kyoto in Japan. That's the top destination here. And historically, they've had like probably 20,000 visitors a day or so. That was like the maximum during like peak time. And then I had a chance to speak with the person who owns the temple yesterday, the monk. And then he said now it's like the maximum that he sees is like 3,000 visitors per day. And he talked about like creating like a virtual temple, but he's not really sure of like what people would actually like. I just found it really fascinating. And he, had a visitor of like 20,000 people like a day and continuously for over the last like whatever years. But it's just like the data problem that everyone still struggles with. And he also mentioned that like people in Kyoto were really annoyed with tourists until like probably March or April when restrictions came in, because over tourism was the huge problem there. But now people can go anywhere they want without like, there's no crowd, like there's nobody. And Priceful experience should go up, but he's not really sure what he wants to build or what people would want him to build, right? And I think same thing goes for airports. For instance, like LAX, giant airport, lots of people. There are used to be lots of people, not many, but their Starbucks stores would probably know better about you than the airport itself, right? So my answer to your question would be like, first is like to understand like what your customer want or tourists want. And I think the whole pandemic situation actually made it a lot easier, because now everything's online, or like all history stays. And then at the same time, safety now became the most important thing that people are looking for.
So I know we don't have much time left, Becky, but this is the great pivot, right? How it's an economic driver, tourism. So how do we reset in a positive way?
Yeah, so kind of to piggyback on what Akemi was saying about like over tourism, is we've really focused as part of that Leave No Trace program is on overall destination management. So there's parts of the state that are, visited, more than other parts of the state. And we're looking at how do we help those destinations build a strategic plan. So we're offering as part of we have a rural co-op marketing program where we offer them a 50-50 match on anything they buy into. So one of those services is strategic planning with a consultant to come up with a plan for their destination on how to focus on destination management, make that strategic plan, focus their marketing efforts in the right way, focus on sustainability. How do they, protect and preserve their, piece of Arizona as well for future generations? We've also done things like, a new partnership that we formed is Keep Nature Wild. We're creating a custom trash pickup kit that will be available in visitor centers across the state. They've been in business for a few years. They have a very successful social media following, and we'll create these custom kits so visitors can stop at the visitor center, pick up a trash kit, and when they're out hiking or whatever, they can pick up trash, and then there'll be a card that will allow them to go to Instagram or a URL and log their contributions. How many pounds of trash did they pick up? And what did they do on their visit to Arizona? So that will be, also a way to capture data from visitors and to see where they're coming from and, promote our sustainable tourism practices as well.
There's a lot of opportunity here, right? There's and I like the way it's democratizing. Our tagline is innovation is for everyone, right? And we're all about continuing to democratize innovation and entrepreneurship, and tourism too, right? Because it's all changing. So there are so many opportunities. Thank you all so much. Every one of you is just fascinating, and I appreciate
Thank you very much.
you getting off the bike to come join us in your case, and staying up till 3 a.m. to join us in your case, Akemi. And Becky, I know it's still the middle of the day for you, right? It's
lunchtime here. I didn't have to make as many concessions, but thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you all very much, and I hope you're able to make some more of our sessions. We're going into the night, so please join us for more of the happening global roundtables. Learn and engage and share your thoughts, and have a wonderful rest of the day and enjoy the rest of your bike ride.
Thank you very much.
Safe travels, Akemi.
See you.
Fingers crossed that your test comes back negative.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye. Thank you, Becky.